and it makes me very happy. Wow, this is good. I can touch you. Like, I can go and touch Jonas. Like, he's real. Jonas, you're real. You're good. And it's good to be alive, isn't it? It's like more like a motivational speaking thing. It's not an urban cultural planning thing, but we haven't had an actual physical event since last year's February. So, well, with a few exceptions, but this is the first conference, the first official proper event since then, and I'm very happy that you're here. In the smaller numbers, but still safe and secured. And probably most of you also noticed the military convoy that we had around. Well, just in case we have a military training nearby, and they called us a few days ago and said, by the way, we have this situation, can we talk? And we sorted out all well. So they're going to be around. We don't need to worry about them. Please don't take photos of the military personnel. But I know that they all are pretty good looking, so we'll try to arrange one person that you can take photos with later on during the event, probably. So it's 2.5 years in action, but of course several other years and several other activities before Urbcultural Planning Project, and we are here basically finishing up. And it's been 2.5 years of the actual journey, dozens of urban labs, artist residencies, activities, interventions, and it's just logical it should end up with the conference. But it's not going to end up with the conference. We have a few more events up our sleeves, so you just follow up. We're going to announce them a little bit later, but nice to see you. I think you can applaud yourself to warm up. Right. Is this how you applaud yourself? Right? Yeah, you made it. So I also would like to say thanks to all of the people that are actually participating to the conference online, because this is a hybrid event. Probably the best option or best opportunity for us to give the emotion to the most people possible is to be here and also to be online. So hi to everyone online. And we have participants at Zoom. Those participants will have the opportunity to ask questions and also give some comments if they may, and they will have this chance. But there are also some viewers on YouTube channel. Hopefully it works well, so you can also follow the conference on YouTube. And we have more or less 3 days at Viskeli venue, so this place. The first 2 days are going to be the full days, and the last day is going to be a little bit shorter. But most people would like to know, like, what is this place, this Viskeli Institute? So where did it all begin? Well, I believe, the whole rejuvenation place, the place rejuvenation idea began in 1989, when on New Year's Eve, David Hasselhoff was performing his song Looking for Freedom at the Berlin Gate. And I think this was the first moment in history where we can talk about this has begun, the new era is here. You all have that song in your head now. I've been looking for freedom, right? The Berlin Wall collapsed, and now we're here. At Viskeli, welcome. Yeah. But anyway, this place, if you look around, there's this beautiful opportunity for people who are on spot to look around and see decorations that are very much related to military thing. Yes, there was an aeronautic institute during the Soviet times. It was a military institute. And then this space was taken over by Riga Technical University. It was as a mechanics faculty. And now this is given to all initiatives, also including urban cultural planning, and good to see you here. So today we have a lot of beautiful things to come, but I'm gonna give the first sort of introductory words to some of the people before we go down to the serious activities. Before I go down to serious activities, I also would like to say that we are being followed not only by the military personnel, but also by reporters. There are people who will follow the activities, write questions, ask questions, and later on they will also participate in a discussion on the third day. And I just wanted to share the names of these rapporteurs, call as you want, the reporters. And the 5 people are going to be Anastasia Matyushkina, Renate Pranzane, Jana Simula, Christian Pag, and Lucinda Colendo. These people will try to collect all the information during the day. So I think you can also give a round of applause for them and warm up a little bit with your hands, right? And a little bit of technical information. We will have shuttle buses every morning, not this morning, but starting from this afternoon, you'll be taken to your field trips, and maybe you've already noticed there's going to be a field visit in the afternoon at 3 o'clock, so you'll have a possibility to choose. Sorry, Zoom people, this is a little intersection for those who are on spot. So one suburb is going to be Sarkandaugo, which is this historical industrial area, and we're going to visit the area there and see the old suburb and also a little bit of old factory space that were connected to free Riga activities, also to blame for this Viskali space. And then the other location is going to be Daugavgriva or Boldraja neighborhood, including the fortress. There is an old fortification from the Swedish and then the Imperial Russian times that is still here. And there will also be a possibility to meet people who organized Kometa Festival. It's this community festival there taking place at the fortress. And the third option is going to be a gamification activity, but that's mostly for kids. Although, if you really want to join, maybe we can sort something out. But this is going to be mostly for kids, but also it begins at 3 o'clock, and about that a little bit later. And the shuttle bus tomorrow and day after are going to take you from this central hotel Stabusata at 9:15, and every morning we're going to begin at 9:30. There's going to be a registration and coffee, and then later on at 10 we all start. And on the last day there's going to be a shuttle taking you to the airport, but I think there's going to be also a stop in the center, so you don't worry, all right? A little bit of technical information. We will also be joined by Mentimeter. We've been used this service a little bit before, and we will try to get your answers in a more interactive way, but I guess let's just keep that a little bit on pause. And now this is the moment where I'd like to announce the beginning of this conference. And the beginning of the conference starts with Ines Andersson. And she's the member of Riga City Council, chair of the Committee on Urban Development, and the first welcome words from her. Right.
Yes, hello, good morning everyone. I'm very, very happy to see you and welcome to Riga. In the morning I received a message, will you be present or will you be at Zoom? And I thought, well, if you guys have come to Riga, I can come to Viskali, definitely. And I'm really happy to be here and also to see Viskali myself by my own eyes. I have seen it in the pictures before, but I see, and I want to say, Kaspars and team, you are brave guys. And I think this is the beginning, and in a few years' time, it will be really, really active place with. If you said now you have 80 residents, I suppose it will be 500 or more. Yes, so culture planning, and of course as a chair of Riga City Development Committee, we usually go into local planning, thematic planning, physical planning of place, infrastructure development. So these are the topics of my daily work, 95%. And culture planning, of course, is as important because it gives us infrastructure, social, human infrastructure. And I have followed Riga active citizens as a also born in Riga, but followed it like for the last 10 years, and I think that the active citizenship of Riga inhabitants had been increasing, and mainly for the last 10 years it had been increasing because people have been coming together to protest against something. So parties want to do some development, people come together from community and protest against it. Some bigger supermarket want to build and cut trees, people come together and protest. Some other infrastructure development plan, people come together and protest. So, and it's interesting that, and of course, it's kind of on one side, it's people come together, they start to network, and then start to build community organizations. And I want to see that actually this, of course, I cannot kind of foresee that this protest will not happen in the future. It is a kind of normal part of infrastructure and city development. Yet I would like to see also that the people come together and create communities, not only because of protesting against something, but of creating something and building something. And here I see that the culture planning is plays a very important, vital role, because you engage with artists, with culture activities, with kind of local presence, and people come together because of joy and because of spending time meaningfully and creating bonds instead of protesting against something. So I think this culture planning method and thinking about it, we will definitely keep on thinking how we can empower it more in Riga with the means what we have. So I see you will have a great 3 days in Riga, and definitely Martin said that this is the end of the conference. I think it is just one milestone ahead, and we all have created networks. We all have been got new ideas what to do next, and now is the time for these 3 days to create the next ideas for the projects and activities to do in the next 3 or 5 years. So thank you all also for organization and those who have been participating for the last 2.5 years for this whole project to happen. So yes, welcome to Riga, and let's cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you, Inese. And we have our next speaker that actually is a proper speaker. And the person, a proper speaker in a way that there's going to be a presentation in a way. So, yeah. But don't worry, Ines, it's all good. So the next person is Simon Dresen-Holmberg, and he's the director of Danish Cultural Institute in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And he's not only going to give a welcome speech, but is also going to give a little presentation of the project, and will introduce you about what's been done and what's there to come. And you will have the first opportunity to ask questions before everything actually even begins. So, Simon, proper speaking. Thank you. Yeah, you can come here. Yes,
okay. Hello, everybody, and I have to admit this. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the city of Riga and Ines and all the brilliant employees of the municipality for organizing this conference, and also for having been very good partners in our Urbcultural planning project. What I will try to do, without getting too touched or something like that, is we talk about the achievements where we have achieved, but also try to talk about where I hope we can go from here. Urbculture in 15 minutes. So maybe just a little first, we should say one thing which we often forget in these things. This project has been financed by the Interregional Baltic Sea Region Program of the European Union. And having worked with many donors and many companies and stuff, I have to admit, it is amazing that the interregional, that the EU has been willing to and to support a project on this size about urban cultural planning. The EU really is a good thing for our region and for Europe. So now I don't know why it doesn't change. Could you? Okay, the urban cultural shortly speaking, it's a Baltic region program within the area capacity for innovation, non-technological innovation. I don't know if it makes any sense, but that's a group. And the program has 14 partners. Danish Cultural Institute is lead partner. We'll come back to the partners in a moment. And we also have 36 associated organizations. And yes, we did start it way back in 2013-14 with a culturability project, which is still one of the better projects which we have been holding. So it's a project for all the countries of the Baltic Sea region. Unfortunately, we don't have a partner in Estonia. We do have very good friends there, but we didn't, for various technical reasons, we didn't manage to get one here. But everybody else is involved. We have been active primarily in 7 countries, in 7 cities, and in 10 communities with more or less all have under 20,000 inhabitants. So we and with that I'll come back a little bit back to precisely what we've been doing. But we've had Baltic Sea region demonstrator projects. We have 10 of them, 2 here in Riga, but in several other cities and towns around the Baltic Sea. We have had a transnational gaming demos, which you will also hear about later. We are creating cultural planning hubs, which you also will be able to talk much about. And we have organized 3 conferences. The first one in Kiel was like this one, offline. Then we had a second one in Gdansk, which unfortunately due to COVID was online. And then we now had this final one here in Riga, which is a hybrid format. We have also been organizing 10 urban labs all around the region, focusing on various areas which are central to urban cultural planning. And then we have created policy roadmaps for how municipalities, NGOs and others can cooperate and work to make their cities even better. You can go in and look at this at our knowledge platform, which is urbcultural.eu, and see much more and find ways to the things which are not there. Just want to take a thing here. I had a small size. Say, but because what is it we're doing? And that's I have a quote here from the grandfather of urban cultural planning, and that is we are taking the democracies of work. So it's not something we do. It's not just a thing which we have. Something we practice. It's how we do things. So we can see we are trying to creating places of encounter and empathy. And then I love this quote: spaces. What we are trying to create is spaces where I wouldn't mind being with someone else. I think it's sort of consistently fluffy, but that's what we have been doing and are doing right now. There should be some picture. I don't know why it's not there. But back to our partnership. So we have 14 partners. Danish Cultural Institute, the Hannes Bøll Stiftung, the Copenhagen International Theatre, which, despite the name, is Danish, and the City Cultural Institute in Poland, the Kiel Garden project company, the Guldborgsund municipality in the south of Denmark, the Pomorski region or Pomorski Voivodeship in Poland, the city of Pori, this wonderful and beautiful city, the Vilnius Gediminas Technical University, the Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences, University of Skövde, the Baltic Sea Cultural Center, and Baltic branch of the Pushkin Museum. I know it took some time to say that, but I think it's important to say we have these partners, and it has been a fantastic journey to do this, and we have actually more or less achieved all the goals which we plan to do, and we also have, I think, formed the seeds for continuing with this and continuing the cooperation after this project ends in quite soon. So you can see we had some we had the conferences which I mentioned. We bring together cultural planning practitioners, regional city planners, cultural departments, funders, NGO businesses, organizations, media. There will be here as the keynotes and lectures, guys, and there will be also more interactive formats where you can interact with each other, and also I hope we can be able to interact with the people who are with us online, and that is it's one very important part of what we do. What's one for? We also did 10 urban labs, as I mentioned, and I think we have had fun. We have 2 more I should mention. One in Guldborgsund and Copenhagen in Denmark in 24 in some 10 days time, and then we have the last one in Kiel in 29th of September. So we are trying to gather people together and make them to work, and also all the time focusing on something which are relevant in the local context where we are. And what are the objectives? Maybe we should have started with that, but I put it here. It is to advance the Baltic Sea region performance in citizen to citizen and citizen to city authorities cooperation. Increase urban social innovation, inclusion and sustainable development of small and medium-sized communities, and strengthen capacity of cultural planning access. It is a very big goal, and we have done many activities to work out, but it has been successful and good. Cultural planning methods, I will not talk so much about it, but I'll show it here. So we started with doing the mapping, then we had a visioning process, then in the 10 places where we did these demonstrators, we had we developed a community. The project developed various community ideas, and then we implemented it. And then now we are in the phase where we are anchoring strategically, both in the way of making sure that the anchoring will be here in the local communities where it happens, but also that we find ways of doing it for the future. So then we also had all these demonstrator projects of these things. That you can see here in Riga, we have Bolderaya and Sakandaugava. And then we had projects in the other cities, as you can see here. They are very different, and I think what's been amazing is that we've actually managed to show so many different ways of doing it. This is not this is not a thing that everybody should do in the same way. It's a way of creating a process where local communities can become better at developing themselves. Oops. What happened there? Yes, then we also did the transnational gaming demonstrations. So it's the new thing. We have been working a lot with gaming, with a basis in the game Minecraft, as some of you might know, or probably all of you will know. And we have created gaming models of Gdansk, of Kiel, and of here in Riga, and that's been a very successful process. And also in Lindholm Nykøbing Falster a bit. So But again, it's another way of getting more people to participate in these processes. Not just the ones who are active always, but also to get access to younger people and do it in different and more creative ways. So you can see, if you should sort of sum up what we've been doing. So we have created increased awareness, understanding and knowledge of an operation in the Baltic Sea region to advance cultural planning methodology. And this is a wonderful sort of EU language where in processes of urban regeneration and development at neighborhood, small community level from a human cultural perspective, which will support socially inclusive and sustainable approaches now and future. And that has actually, it has been a really impressive journey where we have managed to do this, not just talk about it, but actually do it and carry it out and get experiences which can be practical for the areas where we went, but also can be used in other parts of the Baltic Sea region to use this cultural planning method in a way to be more inclusive towards all citizens. And then the last thing, I think I'm not. So what are we doing? So we are in the process. A little bit takes. We've done a lot. So it takes quite a. We've done a lot. It takes quite a lot of time to do. We are documenting and we're creating documentation and exhibition of the project results. We are doing an exhibition that will hopefully come to all your places. And then, the sort of what we hope will be the fundament for future work. We are creating hubs of cultural planning all around with access all around the region. You will hear more about it, I think, on Friday, what we're doing and also how you can participate in that process. But we hope that there will be these, or we know there will be these hubs in each country which can develop cultural planning and which can also function, of course, as a cooperation platform for continued Baltic Sea region, Baltic Sea region co-creation in this field. Then we have some concrete projects which we have sort of developed already. So first, now urban cultural planning is, of course, as you can get from the name urban, be for cities. But why shouldn't it happen in the more sparsely populated areas? For that we have with partners created the rural cultural planning process, and we will start on that in early 2022, and hopefully that will also be a full project, but that has some way to do. Then also as another outcome, we also have we are also on space making. We are making a project called Circular Place, where communities and creative industry actors are working to create good and locally based production circles and ways to use, and that will also go on. And then what I really hope, which I hope will be one of the things which we will discuss at this conference, and also and especially when we have breaks, and also with the people who are online. I really hope we can find many other new projects. It can be big projects, and can also be smaller projects. Because again, what we have really learned about this is that we can cooperate, and we can cooperate as a region. So, yeah, new tools and ways of thinking will be in the hands of all who has been working and with the project. I hope that is correct, but at least our experience shows that that's how it will. And then, again, check out Urbcultural EU and check out Instagram at Urbcultural to see what we do. In the end, I would like to thank everybody tremendously for this effort, and I am looking forward to this conference, and also for our future cooperation in the time to come. So thank you very much.
I have this massive tablet with me, and while we're waiting for questions on Zoom, I have a few questions. Yeah, you don't need to run away. There's that one. A few questions regarding your presentation. And the first question is more or less related to, of course, the beautiful COVID era, right? And usually people ask, what were the challenges and everything, but I would like to ask you, maybe you can come here, come closer.
Yeah, sorry.
So I would like to ask you a question, what were the good lessons, like the things that you didn't think would work, but they worked, and things that you learned that this is actually a better idea, something that you learned the COVID gave you an advantage rather a disadvantage?
Okay. Well, first of all, I would have to say that COVID on all levels has been a pain, and it has also been a pain for this project. So I think no level of good words can hide that fact. But when you're then saying I think what has actually been the really, really good experience with COVID on an overall level is that we have been able to have many more meetings and many more conversations without being together. So that means we have been able to use our experiences even though we were not together. So we had been doing so many things, and we have been and that has been really good, that we have been able to communicate all the time and be in contact all the time. Then I would say one thing, it is difficult to have a project where you are talking about changing spaces and changing the places where people live without being where live and without seeing the things. That is a challenge. But it has been good, and I think we have managed the possibilities it's been given in a decent way.
We have a question from Kaliningrad, and at first it says thanks for the project and the conference, but do you have any details on rural cultural planning?
Yes, we do, of course. But we will only we are on the very, very first phase of this. We will start the project in January 2022, and again, rural cultural planning has, of course, other things to it. So we will start this process with you can sort of an overall mapping of what happens and where it could be good, and where we have to take the methods which we have from urban cultural planning and how we have to tweak them to get it into a rural context. So we will come very much back to that in early next year.
And maybe there are questions in the audience. Yeah, there's a question.
Hello, I'm Lucina Kolendo, and I'm an artist. I was in Visaginas.
In where?
Sorry?
In where? In Visaginas?
In Visaginas, in Lithuania, as an artist. And I wanted to ask you, because it was in your presentation about the documentation and exhibitions of the project results, because this is something that's very important for us as artists, and from my experience, it seems that once the funding is over, a lot of this documentation is like disappearing in the internet. And the artists need to sustain publishing the results on our own. So I would like to know a little bit more on that. What's the plan?
It's a good question, and you're definitely right. There is this danger that once a project ends, then there will be some homepage that will be lying for these 5 years, which we have to do it, and they will will become still less relevant. But that will not happen here. For several reasons. We are actually doing some physicals. The documentation will, of course, be in reporting form and also on the internet. But we are also doing an exhibition, which will be able to be shown all over the countries, and will be. My colleague Liva can tell more about it, but will be also directed to, for instance, Visaginas or Vilnius or wherever we do it. So there will also be some physical things you can choose. And then, as I mentioned, we are doing these hubs of urban cultural planning, which are actually very well developed in Lithuania. So there will be somebody who will keep on and then doing it, because many of the things which you do in cultural planning process is not something that needs big million euro investments. It's something that people can cooperate and do together. But we will have these. So we have these hubs as a fundament for continuing the processes and making sure that the documentation is not just something valid for an EU report, but something that people can use continuously.
Thank you for the question. We have another question on Zoom. It's good to see that Zoom is active. And the question is very much related to the Danish Cultural Institute. You know, we have Danish Cultural Institute technically in Brazil, and in India, and Russia, and China, and elsewhere. So the question is related to that. Do you plan to collaborate with potential partners outside of the Baltic Sea region? And do you think that urban cultural planning methods developed in the Baltic Sea region could also contribute to other regions?
The answer is yes. So also, for instance, we have a quite big project in the Eastern Partnership of the European Union. So we will work with these methods. In Ukraine, we also hope in Belarus, but Belarus has, as you probably know, much bigger problems at the moment. And outside the European region, then we have actually, which I have to talk a bit more about, we are next year the International Architecture Conference will happen in Copenhagen, and there we are doing a big joint exhibition and development project for this region, for Brazil, for Russia, and for China, where we will take these, and where cultural planning will be a very important part of it. So we hope we will expand it like that.
Do we have one last question in the audience? Good, good. Thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you for questions. And we are moving on with the set of presentations, but before that I wanted to try out this thing called Mentimeter. And I believe we have the very first question ready. And the very first question is just going to be the warm-up question to find out where you're from. Also you in Zoom. So what you need to do is you need to go to menti.com in your smartphones or on your screens at home, probably at work. And you need to write down the code 5642821. And when doing so, you can use this Mentimeter throughout the whole 3 days. And we're going to ask you a few questions. We're going to find out some answers. And this is much easier than just raising a hand and saying something out loud, because, you know, it's just one click and you're done. What could be easier than this these days? So menti.com, 5642821. And there's the first question. And you can actually choose multiple answers. You don't need to choose one answer and then like, I'm also this, but I'm also this. So you can choose 2 or 3. I hope this function works. And we could find out where you're from. You in Zoom and you in present. And let's see what it shows. So what field you represent. And we see that we have multiple answers from several parts. So policymaking is actually what we were aiming to, and regional local government particularly, but of course we have a lot of people from research, and we have a lot of other people. Sadly don't know what other means, but we can find out. So we're going to give this a couple of seconds. It's menti.com, and then use the code, also written up there. We need to reach 50, and when we reached 50 answers, then we are ready to go. Right? And I just wanted to remind you, you can choose multiple answers if you're still deciding, right? If you're other or if you're research. Right? 2 more? 1 more? And who's the shy 50th one? Maybe me. I need to fill this one. Anyway, we're not going to reach the 50th today, maybe very soon. The Mentimeter is going to be open throughout the whole conference when we're going to change to the next one. So you don't worry. So if you didn't manage to choose your answer now, we're going to return to that back again. So let's continue with another presentation by our partner at Baltic Sea Cultural Center, Magdalena Zakrewska-Duda, and she will be accompanied by Aleksandra Grzykowska online. But anyway, the presentation is going to be called UCP Artist Residencies, Reflections on the Process. So we're going to talk more about the actual implementation of the Urbcultural planning method. There you go.
And can you show me how to change the slides?
Yep.
Can you show
There
me
it
how
is.
to change the slides? With this. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I represent the Baltic Sea Cultural Center. As I mentioned today, I would like to comment, reflect upon the residency program. Just to make you aware that the Baltic Sea Cultural Center was the coordinator of the program, so not the actual doer of residencies. And I'm very happy that today, in person, we have so many people who are actually doing those residencies. So both as hosts, and I can see some artists and creative people who are participating in it. So remember, today I will just present some outline, but I do hope that you will join me in the discussion after this short presentation. And together with me today, online, not in person, but so much in spirit and voice, I hope, is Aleksandra Grzykowska, whom we commissioned as the coordinator of this program. And today's presentation is actually based on the feedback collected by Aleksandra during interviews with artists and project partners who were hosts of the residencies. So this is the art residency program in numbers. Altogether 15 artists, 10 project partners who are hosting residencies, and about 20 interventions. As you can see, the number 10 is not random, because it's the same as the number of Baltic Sea region demonstrators. The art residency program was very much our integral part of the demonstrator projects. Here you can see the project partners who were actually hosting the residencies. They were sometimes in 2 locations in the same country. They were happening both in the cities and in smaller communes. So just referring to the countries in Denmark, in Finland, in Germany, Latvia, 2 locations, Lithuania, 2 locations, Poland, 2 locations. And we are very happy that after some delay, but successfully, the residency program was also realized in Kaliningrad. Oh, sorry. And here are concepts and reflections on that were realized during the residencies. In some cases there were a few, in some cases there were just one, but they differed in scope, of course, as well. Alexander, would you like to add something at this point? Are you here with us?
Yes, hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Greetings directly from Gdańsk. Hello. Hi, thank you for the invitation. And I wanted to share with you my feelings and reflections after running this project, because it started in 2019. And I must say that it was the first time for me when I was working with such an amount of partners and artists. And at the beginning, we selected 80 researchers and artists from partners countries. And later on, with hosts and coordinators from each country, we were discussing and selecting the person or researcher or artist who would suit to the needs of the neighborhood in the country. And later, the process was based on a Skype, interviewing everyone online, if we will feel our energy, and also if we will find a way how to proceed with the project, with the needs of local neighborhood. So it was a kind of challenge, but at the same time, I have impression that we created a lot of let's say, feelings and nice cooperation to develop the project. And then, unfortunately, came pandemic, COVID-19, so it slowed down the continuation of the whole process. But at the end of Magda's presentation, you will hear some good news. So for now, this.
Okay, so Alexander, you're with us, you are following our presentation. And so listen carefully and perhaps make notes if you want to add something that I'm not saying, because of course you are the person who knows the best on the residency program. Okay, so let's continue with the presentation now. So as Alexander mentioned, we have here COVID-10, of course it's COVID-19. Okay, the numbers. Whatever, whatever number it is, it was bad. Anyway, of course, as every aspect of our life was affected, so was, of course, the residency program. And the residency program, which was based on the close cooperation with communities, was probably affected the worst. But so I'm very grateful to all of you who made your best to continue it in a way that was possible. Okay, so congratulations to those who have managed to finish it. And here we'll go quickly through overview of what was happening. I would refer to artists and creatives by your first name. Sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your last name, so the names are visible in the presentation. In Denmark, Julie was working with the concept of creating a song with the local community, with lullabies. And she wanted to use the recordings to highlight the significance of song in the child's early development. However, as I understand, this wasn't fully realized, but instead what happened was a short film made together with the local youth club, with the local teenagers, including those with migrant background. And it was really a successful activity because it engaged both teenagers and the parents, it gave them some practical knowledge about how to make films and how to overcome language barriers. And the artists really felt that it was a catalyst for change. You can see some snapshots here. In Finland, the focus of the process was the city center and how to develop spaces there and how to attract citizens to the discussion, to this development. And there were two creatives there. I can see that Jonas is with us, so perhaps later he would like to add something. And Abdul. And later on, what was interesting that we also, as a project partners, we could have a glimpse of what was going on during the Urban Lab, because the whole process was somehow not only described to us, but also we could try it, sample it in an actual place where the consultations, activities were taking place, this sort of pop-up shop. And the urban lab was led by urban catalysts. And of course, we will talk on the impact, because we think it was really interesting, and a lot was happening in this artist creative residency. So there will be even more about it later on in the presentation. And here you can have a glimpse of what was going on, very intensive. In Germany, a Lithuanian artist, Marius, came to Kiel. Unfortunately, COVID sort of influenced the later continuation of the project, but the artist residency ended with the Kite Festival. There was this work and engagement of local community, and like the proof that the art is really can conquer all the barriers, like cultural, educational, and social barriers. Sorry, just glimpse of Kiel. Not very lucky, flying kites. In Latvia, there were Swedish artists here, Simka, and they proposed a few projects. So this is a good basis for further activities. Unfortunately, as well, they couldn't continue because of the pandemic, but there was already some immediate impact of their presence here. So like, again, engaging local communities and connecting the area, the neighborhood to other districts of the city. Later on, you will be in this area, so you will see the place, the area of the residency yourselves. So for you who wonder where to go, so this is one of the locations I understand today, what we can visit. Cometa Festival area. And what happened, it's an interesting intersection here, because Inga and Ed were actually residents in Poland, in Gdańsk, but because of the COVID they couldn't continue, but fortunately they could make an art installation here in Riga. So all well that ends well, I hope. So you can read here a bit more about the installation, and what's interesting was the empowerment of senior citizens involved in the art activity. And here we have another location in Latvia. And the Institute for X were doing their residency here. So probably it can be a bit compared to what happened in Pori. So in that sense, a pop-up shop was created and the consultation process was going on by means of art. And as a result, we received culture mapping of the local neighborhood with its complexities, and a better connection between local community and local institutions and organizations. In Lithuania, here is the artist herself, Lucina, so I feel a bit strange talking about your work. So just really an outline. Lucina with Ilya creating an audio guide through the soundscape of this Igalina nuclear power plant. But also there was a project, Please Start the Exhibits, where the artist suggested to shift attention from visual to sensory experience. And here we also have something more, some more at the end of presentation about the impact. So, and Lucina is here, so I also hope she will tell us more about it. And in Lithuania, there was also another location in Vilnius where the artist Iza Rutkowska was leading workshops with children, and the idea was to rethink the urban space from the perspective of the children and with their participation. And they drew a lot of sketches, of pictures, illustrations, and on the basis of this, later on, they were used also by local scenographers for performances, and by local architects for creating urban furniture. And perhaps the big animal, which is like very characteristic of Iza's installations, will be developed at some stage, let's hope. Sorry. Coming to Gdańsk, sorry, yes, City Culture Institute in Poland. The artist Milda, the musician, with the concept Solo Towers, and 5 days of workshops and concerts that unfortunately wasn't continued later on due to the known facts. But at least we received this mapping and some soundscape as well of the area in Stare Przedmieście area. And another location in Gdańsk, in another district, was Nowy Port, and here Inga and Ed were creating these choreographic maps, and a publication was issued. So as I already mentioned, unfortunately they didn't continue in Gdańsk, but they did manage to continue in Riga. But as a result, there was an artistic mapping of the city, the cultural DNA, and site-specific activities proposed for the area.
If I can, I would like to add that all the publications, both Institute X and also Ed and Inga, the booklet, they are both available online on the webpage of the project.
Here in the library, in the sense of the physical library. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, of course, we invite everybody to get acquainted with those publications. So, Nowy Port in Gdańsk. And in Gdańsk, the City Culture Institute decided to do this post-pandemic event, exemplifying city cultural planning in the district with the engaging local artists and local communities as guides for various activities like walks, workshops, and presentations. So that happened in June this year, and also with us are representatives of City Culture Institute, so perhaps they will mention more about it. And as the Baltic Sea Cultural Center, we organized an accompanying event in the area, and it was connected with the Minecraft, but it was interesting because it was actually exactly the same area, exactly the same square was represented in Minecraft models, so the kids could go out into the real world and back into the Minecraft and create this place in the future. So here are some posters about the event. And our final point in the artistic residency program, in the sense of the timeline, is from Kaliningrad, where Alexander created a series of small abstract sculptures, but they were based and connected to the histories created from the photos of the area. And they were placed in such in locations that were not very popular before with local communities, so they both raised interest of the community in those places and in the history of those places. So here you have some samples. And before perhaps we go to reflections, I would like to ask for the film to be screened.
My name is Aleksandra Grzonkowska. In 2019, I was invited to coordinate Artists in Residency program in the frame of Urban Cultural Planning project. It was very interesting, and we were collaborating with 7 international partners. In total, we collaborate with 15 artists, and we organized more than 20 interventions and projects. In the frame of Artists in Residency program, we managed to organize 10 projects which happen in the partner cities. All of them were very interesting, and the impact is used until today. I would like to tell you the different ways of using the mapping and planning and understanding the city and neighborhood on the examples of 3 areas. One of them is happened in city of Pori, and it was organized by Harry Sipola and Kati Fager, and they invited 2 artists. It was artists and researchers. One was Abdul Dube and the other was Jonas Bushel. They together organized a kind of team that was working on understanding the needs of the neighborhood, and they managed to open a kind of pop-up space which was dedicated to the neighbors and the citizens of the city to decide about the new vision of the city and talk about these needs, dreams, and possibilities how to arrange it. Another project which is also very interesting, and it's still in process of continuation, happened in Denmark. It was run by Diana Gerlach, and together we decided to invite Julie Meyers, who is working with sound and photography. And Julie, in the process of residency, she met a group of teenagers with the migrant background, and they were working about their personal stories, which were later on transformed in the form of a film. And the last one, which was happening at the end of, almost at the end of the whole process, was was happening in Visaginas in Lithuania, and it was provided by or hosted by Ekaterina Lavrinets, and the project was done by Lucyna Kolendo, who is working with the sound and the history and also photography, and she, together with her assistant in a place where they were working together in Visaginas, she was investigating the history of power plant and what was the story and how was this past influencing the city, and Lucyna decided to go to check this story through the sounds. One of the impacts of the whole project, I must say that it was very important, was networking. Networking between the artists and organizers, and later on continuing the collaboration with the other artists or artist organizations in the cities. For example, I met Julie Meyers, and I was interested very much in her broadcasting and her artistic experience. And this year I invited her to Gdańsk to work together on the radio project. Another example is Lucyna Kolendo, who will be also coming back to Visaginas and Vilnius, and she is planning to continue collaboration with Ekaterina Lavrinets. And one more collaboration or big impact is that in Pori, the hosts, they decided to continue residency program in a scale of international exchange. As the recommendation and reflection after coordinating the Artists in Residency project, I would like to add that the curators and local coordinators underline the fruitful artistic cooperation with the residents, and they also appreciate their outside perspective and a good attitude towards the residency. Another comment that was coming was about residencies that should look also laster, because then it's also giving more time for research to the artists and cultural researchers to do deeper research and to get more knowledge about themselves with the place and different cultural and educational social backgrounds. I can also add that before the residency there should be also done a detailed cultural and social mapping to the urban space, because then it helps more to introduce the artist, the complex and specificity of the neighborhood. The urban cultural planning project had a significant impact on the local communities and has a great potential for continuation. I keep all my fingers crossed to continue Artists in Residency program and international exchange. Thank you.
Okay, so just these reflections and recommendations that come from our talks with artists and project coordinators. But I hope that now we'll have time for some space for short discussions and questions, so we can perhaps deepen these reflections and recommendations or hear them live from you. So thank you very much. And
thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I believe there will be questions for both of you, because both of you can answer. However, I just wanted to remind that people in Zoom can also raise hands, and in this way they can also participate in action to ask a question and maybe comment on what they've heard. So while we're waiting for this, I see that there's probably someone in the audience who has been participating in your section as an artist.
Quite a few.
So maybe, if there's a chance, maybe we could give a microphone to any of the people who were participating in artist residencies as participants or as artists to express themselves a little bit. What was the most important lesson that they learned, and what was something that they would like to say out loud for others to know and for others probably to learn about the artist residency? I know there's Jonas, there's Lucina, so maybe who's going to be the first one? I don't know. Jonas is already moving around, so yes. He's full of energy. I think you need to give a word to him. There's Jonas right here. You could not miss this guy, right?
Especially that I can guess that you can give both the perspective from Pori, but also here from Riga.
Yeah, hi.
Two in one.
Hi, first of all, thanks, Magda. That was quite an emotional overview. I was like feeling taken back to the times of the last 2 years, 2.5 years. For me personally, I need to really like divide that a little bit professionally and personally. This whole urban cultural planning project was probably really a life journey. And that is something that is not only connected with these both beautiful and wonderful people behind me from Podi, but Kati and Hari. And talking about impact on that level, I think it's like, I think we made a step further on. I mean, last message from yesterday night actually was, oh no, was it the night before? I mean, we were constantly communicating. Was this kind of, okay, we need to make a company now finally. You know, we are like really going a step further ahead, a big step further ahead, and I think we are really like in a different horizon, dimension, universe already. Nevertheless, what you just said, for me the most important point is actually that I have been as well working, but not as an artist in residence or a researcher in residence or urbanist in residence, but as somebody who is like designing, working on the project itself, on the Sakandaugovo project, which you will meet later on, together with Kaspers and Jessica back then. And then in the same time, ending up in Podi and being like one of the urbanists in residence was a very interesting situation, because I could look from both sides of the organizers and the impact-giving person, institution. And this is something which I find personally for me very, very important. So I got a real, I think like with this project I got a kind of a lifetime possibility to really like look in all dimensions and everything inside, despite also all of the meetings and I don't know, working together with Trevor and with you and Alexander and everything. I mean, there was so much in all of this. And then, the personal note has to come in the end. It's the first time I have the chance for that. A year ago, nearly, not yet, we have had the conference in Gdansk. And for me, that was really lifetime changing, because in the very night after the conference, I had a heart attack. So this whole thing is so extreme and has taken my whole life up, down, in the most explosive, literally, ways that you can imagine. So I think, I'm really thankful, despite all the problems I had, I'm really, really thankful for everything what happened. Yeah, thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Jonas. Maybe there's someone else who would like to reflect? Yeah?
Okay, Lucina.
Yeah. Lucina?
Jonas, I hope you're well. Wow. All right. So I will be very brief because there was the question that you asked about what was the most important thing. And for me, obviously, it was to leave something behind. To leave a project behind. And that will be easy enough to be continued by the locals. And that was the biggest challenge for me, because I think that as artists, we like to do things that are ephemeral and that are very ours, and to do something that to be left behind and to be continued but by an activist or a person working at the cultural center or at the library was this challenge, and this is what I was trying to do in my project, and this was most important for me.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any questions on Zoom. Maybe there's a question in the audience. Yeah?
Hey, sorry, this won't be a question, but just again feedback, because we were hosting our residents from Institute for X from Aarhus, from Denmark, and actually this residency brought us in a really close collaboration with the organization from Aarhus, and we are still very tightly collaborating after the residency, which is amazing thing. So it's great to have residencies also where not always artists are the residents, but also culture managers or those who are dealing with similar issues in their towns or organizations, wherever. And this brought us super together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so this networking, as Alexandra mentioned in her film, is one of the important effects. Just to underline that for the sake of shortening the name, we call it artistic residencies, but the format was really thought as artistic and creatives. We thought about, just as you mentioned, architects, culture managers. So it wasn't just artists, but also creatives in the very broad sense. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we have to introduce a new title, culture residency.
Culture residency, yeah. Or you have to think about a new term for it. Thank you.
Do we have a comment or a question? Maybe something from Alexandra? Mm-hmm. Yeah, please.
Yes, so I will add also about networking that for me it was very important and fruitful to catch all the energy from all the researchers and artists. And through Pori and Riga, I am running myself NGO. So I learned that the dreams are possible to realize. And this year I was running a project which was also a kind of pop-up space. And this was thanks to you guys, actually, that I was brave enough to ask if it's possible. And also I continue collaboration with Julie Meyers and Lucina Kolendo. So it helped me a lot in the creation of artistic and research-based networking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala.
Thank you. It seems that we don't have any questions and no questions in the audience. So thank you very much. Thanks to Magda, to Alexandra, to Jonas, Lucina, and also Kaspers for participating. A round of applause. And we're going to continue with our next presentation. But before that, I just wanted to remind you about what this is actually all about today. So today we are trying to work on two larger activity sections. So today is going to be, as you already saw, the general UCP introduction, and then we have the wrap-up on UCP residency program that you just heard. And the next one is going to be another big section, gamification and cultural planning, testing urban gaming approaches. And then we will also have a keynote from Christian Pag, who is going to give a larger scope on cultural planning. And then tomorrow we will spend the whole day looking at demonstrator projects in detail. So today we have the wrap-up of everything, and tomorrow, trying to look for the needle in a haystack. What made this whole thing relevant? And then on the third day, we are looking at tools created to further the project and also have a joint panel discussion regarding the hubs of cultural planning and the final sum-up panel. So the third day is going to be the day of the future. So we're going to look into the possible scenarios. And also today and tomorrow, there's gamification studio activities, like I mentioned before. Tomorrow, there's a possibility for all of you to participate. Today is only a special guest selection of people, and tomorrow there's also going to be a tour around Viskelj space, so you will also find out what exactly this place is about, and it has nothing to do with David Hasselhoff and his song, Looking for Freedom, like I said in the beginning. But anyway, let's continue with gamification and cultural planning. And we have Lisa Holloway-Attaway from University of Skåde. I think I pronounced that correctly. Lisa will probably do it better. So we have the gamification section now. Lisa. and this is for the presentation.
Thank you. Wow, it's really bright here. Well, hello, everybody. I am actually really pleased to be here like the rest of you, and I mean like here in Riga. What a wonderful way to end the project in this amazing space, but like all of us, I think I'm just happy to be here in a more existential, universal sense after this crazy time we've been through. I think it's amazing when I listen to the overview of the projects that are presented, that despite the challenges that come with this, how much has been accomplished. So I'm really pleased to be a part of that, and I'm pleased to be here today to represent a very brief overview of the gaming activities. Again, I feel there's so many more people than me who could do this, but I guess somebody has to take the lead on some of it and talk. And my colleague whom I've worked with on this project is not here today, unfortunately, Björn Berry Markland. But the work that we've done together with our partners here in the project has been, again, very, very cooperative and very shared among all of those. So I just mentioned, it says here on this first slide that I'm from the University of Riga in Sweden, and I'm in a division of game development, but I think that my research, I am an associate professor who works there, and I run a big research group, but I think that the game development department is quite unique in some of the subject areas. I mentioned here on the slide that I come from a subject area called media, aesthetics, and narration, and my colleague Björn comes from informatics. And I think collectively, the reason I point that out is because when we talk about games or gamification in a project like this, we understand that games are very complex media objects. You know, they're not simple, even using what seems like a simple commercial project, or product rather, like Minecraft. It's you know, much more than thinking of the game as a tool. And we've really tried to embrace the ways in which games reach out and from aesthetic to technical issues to social issues to, you know, artistic and creative issues, and tried to at least touch on some of those in the projects that we've made. Okay, so I just note, you all know now more about the project and how it's been, you know, all the partners that are in the project. I just point out that within the gamification parts, some of the countries that have been involved have been Sweden, Latvia, Poland, Germany, and Norway in various capacities. As Simon mentioned, they're within the scope of the Urbcultural Planning Project, the Riga, Kiel, and Gdansk were the 3 demonstrator projects, but we did a pre-project study that was funded by the Swedish Institute prior to the start. It was actually starting in 2017, and it overlapped a little bit with this project, and that's where I and Björn became involved in thinking about gamification and how we could create this kind of cultural gaming project and use it as a kind of proof of concept. So as I explain what the project is, we sort of tested it out in Sweden and in Latvia, and then tried to share some of that expertise with the partners, who then took much further beyond, I think, where we started. And our partners in Norway, Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences, they also helped us a lot with some of the technical, even though they weren't able, again, because of COVID, to host an actual gamification activity, they definitely helped us sort out the technical issues that we had. So just, you have all heard about this now. I just want to just briefly mention this, the cultural planning and then the relationship. It's a perfect, actually, relationship to think about gaming in the way that we think about it. You know, this process of mapping cultural resources that are not necessarily from a top-down kind of method, but that are more inclusive. Because in the cultural planning, you know, you're trying to sort of think about the socio-cultural aspects and dimensions of a city along with these kind of physical dimensions that are there, and consider issues like who is included and who determines what's culturally important. And that's why games and the way that we use them within the project actually work so well, is because we transferred that into something that we would call cultural gaming, and that is, again, not thinking about the game as a digital tool, but thinking of it as an interactive social connection, as well, of course, as its technical digital dimensions. But the way that we thought of the games also allowed us to work with kids, primarily kids and youth. But again, there are partners, adult partners, who have to be part of this whole process. But we wanted to think about how they could allow us to create a kind of cultural landscape, a shared cooperative landscape, and how they could encourage younger audiences to participate in this, process that we call cultural planning, but in other innovative ways. But also, I think almost more importantly, as it turned out, it was a way to provide sort of a tool of expression. So they really could talk about the identities and how they viewed their cities. We think of, whatever the city is, city planning, cultural planning, urban planning, those are all seemingly very adult activities. But understanding how they represent and imagine both their presence and their futures and their pasts, I think is a really important dimension. So the basic, for those of you who don't know, and again, I'm going to go very briefly through this, but the way the project worked for the demonstrator cities and also in the pilot study that we did in Sweden and Latvia was to take geospatial data that provided to us in some cases from cities, city planners, institutions that offered it to us, and sometimes taken through like open source data that we were able to gain, to take that to create simulations of accurate simulations of city spaces and then transform them into Minecraft. And we participated then with a Danish company called GeoBoxers, who helped us create these sort of these maps and these Minecraft worlds. They've done it with other projects and did it for us. And depending on the quality of the data, you can get architectural landscapes and sites, but also, basic roads and terrain. And again, depending on what kind of data you get, it can create a semi-realistic map of a city, which then can be built up within Minecraft. So for example, this is the first city from the pilot study, Karlskrona, which is an important Baltic Sea city, a World Heritage, UNESCO World Heritage city that is a prominent history with Baltic naval history within Sweden. So it was a fun place to work. Again, I just point out that we were interested in issues like co-creation. We participated with lots of different cultural organizations, but in particular, the Naval Museum in Karlskrona provided us an opportunity to think about, again, how institutions like museums are much more than the artifacts they hold. They're about community projects and ways to engage people. Especially, we learned during COVID times that if you think a museum is a place to come and look at a solid artifact, it's not. It's something more than that. So we, like Nina Simon, who is an important museum researcher, talks about projects that are co-created help people give voice to the things that they think are interesting in their local communities and develop other kinds of skills. So some of the themes that we used with the projects we were focused, especially initially, on cultural heritage, thinking about how could we get kids and youth involved in thinking about heritage and reconstructing heritage sites in Minecraft, but also future thinking, as Magda talked about with one of her projects. What might it look like in the future? We were interested in this concept, again, to engage kids to think about imaginative and creative futures, not just to take a project and accurately re-depict or to depict an architectural feature, but rather to just imagine a space. What could it be, and with other influences in there? We had, of course, important topics like sustainability and democracy, but also question things like public space and private space and who gets to decide what's kind of common and shared. So each project some of them embraced more than one concept, some focused on others. I mentioned, again, the pilot study was focused at the Naval Museum in Karlskrona, Sweden, but also in Sisus. The map was in Sisus in Latvia. And again, it was focused quite a bit on heritage. This slide shows, even though we had a map of Sisus, it was held in Valmiera, at the Vidsems University in one of the labs there, where we did a number of different workshops with kids, more in Sweden than in Latvia, where we had them think about heritage issues and sort of come together. And there were some common activities that they could create together. And it became, again, there are lots of reflections on that I can't go into detail, but just to say that, we learned that, again, young players are honest about replicating the things. They will let you know what they find important and what they want to build and what they do. They can be on task, but they can also go to other things that you might not think of as being culturally relevant, but that were quite interesting. But also, we learned about some of the technical problems of using an application like Minecraft that's hugely popular, and we could leverage our work around the idea that kids were interested in. Millions of players around the world play Minecraft, and we could use that. But it also has, there are different versions of it. It's not always accessible. Depends on who's managing your servers, how much you can leave them open, who can come in. So there were a lot of lessons, I think, to do that. And again, one of the lessons I learned is just getting the data is a lot more tough than we thought to build the maps and then to convert them into Minecraft. We thought that would be a simple technical step, but it actually turned out to be kind of a political negotiation about data, and an important one. Who owns it? What can you do with it? Who do you ask to get or don't ask? And what are the differences? So we have some future projects that are focused on other issues beyond heritage that are in the works right now. Some of them I think I can share. We also had, as I said, one of the demonstrator projects here in Riga, Latvia, and our conference organizer, I can't see anybody out there, so I'll just assume you were out there, had some really interesting and important, I think, workshops that were, again, not just about working in Minecraft, but working out in the neighborhoods and collaborating with things like art schools and creating a series of creative activities around to contextualize the Minecraft work. And I think they can talk about that. And you can see it, as we mentioned today, there'll be Minecraft workshop going on with kids, but tomorrow you can come and see some of the activities and worlds and things that they created in the Riga world, which I think are quite interesting. And some of the reflections from the folks who did that is, again, focusing on this idea that the Minecraft map is a really useful, not just to learn or to explore cultural heritage, which was one of the focuses that they had, but also this sense of identity creation, really placemaking and really feeling that you can capture, not just through Minecraft, but all the supporting activities, a sense of what's important to young people. And I think, as I said, I think games are complex social objects, media objects. That thinking of the work is happening both in the kind of real world and the imagined world and in the virtual world and in the physical world. All of those it's important to get a sense of what they are and to try to capture some of those. So for the Riga world, they are talking with the Boulder game to be upgraded to not just focus on historical places, but also to consider other aspects of neighborhoods, what they are. They are going to do a collaboration with the music and art school curricula. So it goes, it has a future beyond thinking only of it as a gaming activity. And they've done really interesting workshops about, again, with contests for building and ways to motivate people. And some of the folks who've been involved in that are also helping us with the gamification studio, the eSporta school folks. So you can meet them and hear more about those projects. We've also, again, in Gdansk, that Magda just mentioned a little bit, they really detailed, marvelous work, creating pedagogical exercises around Minecraft. And you can visit you just Google Game of Gdansk, and you can find their website to go and look at all the resources and materials they created around thinking not just, again, of recreation and heritage, but even things like, identity making and emotion mapping and all the ways that you can think of a game and how to make an actual sort of game book out of that. And then they did workshops recently, as Magda mentioned, focused on the future, like not just the past, but again, this idea of how can Minecraft help us imagine the future. And here are some of, I think these are Magda's reflections. I already see my typo. The old suburb should be old suburb. But participants are happy to learn about history in their urban spaces, and they like to learn new things about the city, like as part of play, as a kind of pedagogical function. Oh, goodness, the project supported teamwork. It didn't upward it, on complex issues. But it's also, unlocks the imagination and builds creative problem-solving skills, encourages effective brainstorming. If the activities are structured in such a way, thoughtfully, then there are so many more activities than just, building an architectural site in Minecraft or, recreating a city. So again, they've left a legacy, a really strong legacy to go forward in the future for creating gaming resources that can be used on the website that they have created. We also, as I said, in Kiel, the work happened again, in the middle of a pandemic lockdown. Trying to engage kids in activities was a challenge in and of itself, a challenge of resources, but it was focused to some degree on redesigning so reconstructing a particular landscapes, but also rethinking how they could be changed and how they could be altered, and how you could use Minecraft in connection with another mobile map, and how to get kids to think about what, again, their dreams and their future. This idea in the Kiel garden area, create your dream garden district. What would you have? So this is about not just recreating urban space, but imagining what it needed. And so in their projects, they redesigned, or, and there were contests about who had the best designs and how they could actually change physical spaces and artifacts within here. So here's just a slide that Anna Neugebauer, presented about the work that they did with kids. And there's also, we'll show in our gamification studio a film about the work that they did here. And reflections again from their side. Again, there are hardware and software issues that have to be sorted out. This idea, again, Minecraft is everywhere. Everyone can play it, but you have to be able to set up, you have to create a technical infrastructure as well as a social infrastructure to do that. And not all kids can afford. Minecraft requires licenses. If you can't provide for them, there's a cost that comes with that. And it can be inaccessible, especially if you're doing a project about democracy. We have to think about that. Financial and technical resources have to then be provided. You have to find partners who can do that. You need access to key people if it's outside school context. A lot of us depended on schools. And during COVID lockdown, the inability to use that infrastructure was a challenge, but also sometimes using the school infrastructure is a challenge because it's not necessarily as open as we think it is for the activities. And even though the Minecraft worlds I think we created, I like this kind of final reflection that the built results in Minecraft don't necessarily reflect all the wishes and the dreams. You capture these small moments, and so drawing conclusions about all of them can be difficult. So I think for the Kiel partners too, they're eager to do more, but with limited time and resources, it's hard to do, but if those can be provided, then similar projects could continue, and there's a lot of good potential that was left, I think, for that. So on the last day, Friday, just present briefly, we've been working on a way to capture these projects, but also how to encourage other people to make Minecraft. The idea of this was to test this out and say, but how could we get the Baltic Sea region involved or beyond in making Minecraft? So we've created a sort of we have created a digital platform to show the projects, but also to encourage other people to come onto the map and have their own Minecraft projects, sharing resources, giving examples of work that's been done, and encouraging other people to go forward and do that. So I'll talk a little bit more about that Minecraft, or not Minecraft, but the digital interface that we created to show the Minecraft projects. And then finally, as I said, the gamification studio that's ongoing today in the afternoon tomorrow as well. We wanted to take the project beyond thinking about Minecraft. So for example, we have a board game that was customized here for one of the neighborhoods that is, again, one of the demonstrator projects here in Riga, that's intended to be played with ideally adults and children together, but can only be adults if necessary, that's focused on questions about city planning and how you have to negotiate spaces. And it's customized, as I said, specifically to this neighborhood in Riga. We have another one that we've created for Karlskrona that we're taking back there in October for other activities. But the idea, again, that you can play together and learn the process and problems of solving. But then you can also, as I said, go and look at the Riga Minecraft worlds that were created. You can see films about the other projects and ask questions to the developers. The board game developers will be on site tomorrow. We're going to try and do 2 play sessions. I don't know yet exactly when they are, but we'll announce those because we would love to have some of you come to our board game session and play with us, both to test out the game, but also just to see, what we can learn from that. So we'll have those activities ongoing as well. And I just want to point out, even though I can't see her exactly, but I have another research colleague who's waving her hand right there, Claudia Silva, who's here and will be helping us a little bit with some of the board game activities playing, but also documenting the play and with the other activities. She's, again, we talk about expanding our network. She's from Portugal, also from Brazil, but does work in also with kids in gamification and city planning. And has worked, again, with digital tools and thinking about how to get children to create, mapping their neighborhoods and so on. So we're trying to launch a new project off of this project and thinking about ways that we can expand beyond that. So I hope you'll come and visit us in the studio. And again, there are other people here who have been, part of, the Riga, the Gdansk, and others who are here who might be able to share if you have questions about their projects. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Lisa. Linger around. I have a question. The first question as usual, but actually it is in the form of Mentimeter. So okay. Can we switch to our next Mentimeter question? You can prepare your devices or change the tab on your computers. Yeah. And again, menti.com. It's 5642821, in case if you haven't done that yet. And in Mentimeter, there should be a question. Have you all, is it okay? Are you all opened? So you can answer the question there. It should be there. And if you can't see the question, you can push the refresh button. And the question is, it's a general question, have you used gamification as described in the presentation in your work? And you can only choose one answer, and the answer is yes, many times, yes, few times, but about to use more, no, but I'm interested in doing so, no, not interested. So probably somebody doesn't see a future in Minecraft, and probably the opposite, someone sees a lot of future in Minecraft. So we could find out a little bit of this. And this is all anonymous, so you can be honest in case if you don't see the future in Minecraft, just in case. And Mentimeter is also available in Zoom, so those who are following us on Zoom also can participate. And this is going to be probably the first kind of a question you can discuss, and probably also look at the past and see what was the openness to your partners, where everybody very fond of Minecraft in the beginning, or maybe someone is still very unfond of Minecraft until now. Maybe some people changed their minds totally and said that, wow, this actually worked much better than we thought, and we're gonna, as it says, we're gonna use it more. For now, we have 40 votes, and it says that no, we haven't used Minecraft and other activities, but we are interested in doing so. This is, well, vast majority, 63%, and 15 are not interested. So while people are voting, you still have this opportunity. We're not going to hide the Mentimeter yet, but Lisa, what are your comments? What was the experience of openness, closeness, skepticism about Minecraft, and maybe positivity about that?
You want me to respond personally or on behalf of?
On behalf of the whole thing, and probably also personally.
Because I might join that 50% in the future. No, that's not true. I think that...
Be careful, okay?
No, it's not. It's not true. But I think that, I keep repeating that because I think it's so important that it's, I can't remember what the title of the presentation was beginning, but something like co-creating playable communities and whatever, like trying not to say it's about Minecraft. It's about some other activity. Minecraft facilitates certain things and it's meant to build. So if you're going to talk about building and it can be cooperative and shared and all of those things. So it's very good, but it's so important to understand why and what you're doing. And there's so much more than just that game. So I think it's very good for certain things, but so much is about the community that you create around it. So if you have the right exercise and the right energy and the right people who can bring it together, I think, again, I was so impressed by how diverse, but also how sophisticated some of the Minecraft projects here were, the way that people used it. So I think it's impressive, but it's not for everybody. And it's of course not the only game. That's why we left at least even thinking about, what about good old-fashioned board games?
Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to mention. We have this board game also on display tomorrow. So it's not related to Minecraft. It's something else, but it's still the gaming activity.
Yeah, exactly. It's about the gaming. It's about the social activity. And the tool, I wouldn't say, is not important, but it depends on how you would use. But I think it was a very interesting project in terms of when you're thinking about mapping and city space. Minecraft is very effective.
Good. We don't have any questions on Zoom for now. Do we have? Yeah, we have 1 and 2 questions from the audience.
Hello. Actually, I was just going to ask something related to what you've just said. I was going to ask if you were considering using other tools in the future. I was thinking of a basic Lego, for example, or it could be just, I don't know, drawings or whatever, with kids especially, to continue the project and to make it a bit simpler, maybe, if there were some technical hurdles, as I understand, with Minecraft and so on.
Yeah, well, in fact, that's exactly what lots of people did. I didn't, show all those activities, but there were people sketching and drawing and, using physical, traditional art effects, in order to think about those things, especially the projects in Kiel, but also some of the work that happened here in Riga, again, collaborating with people in art schools and so on. So you don't need it's, of course, everyone's interested in testing digital tools. I think, this is the age we're in, where we want to know, we're in the Mentimeter world, right? Where, if you can use the tool, that's great, but sometimes, you can use other things, so.
We had another question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. My question is a bit, so maybe I'll start with a statement with which you can agree or not, which is today cultural planning, urban planning is mostly informative or let's say advisory, right? You might raise concerns about the fact that the neighboring, tower has a view on your bathroom or whatever, but we're not really talking about what is quality of life in the neighborhood, what is important equipment. So you provide an amazing tool, I think, to start a conversation, but do you have a plan on how to tackle you know, not leaving this amazing Minecraft map or a board game map just being you know, an advice, or maybe a thing, oh, we have a great plan, and then leaving it to the city to actually decide. Did you see where I'm going with that?
I think I understand. You're saying that, you know, again, one of the, trying to have you know, to create social conversations that are about identifying issues or problems within city spaces is important, capturing some of that, as opposed to just understanding physical infrastructure or what's planned. Is that sort of what you were asking? Oh, you lost your microphone, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Yes, but I think that's more of a technicality, so I'm not really interested. My question is, how does this, do you have a plan in order to gain like political leverage in order to say, okay, you're not going to do your EP 137 plan that you plan in your little offices. We have something for you, it's ready, it's on the table, and there is a political will from the entire neighborhood to do this, right? Because we've worked now for 2 years, we have a map, everyone has discussed about it, but still the power is in the hand of the public planner, right? So my question is, how do you like turn the tables in order to say, like, don't, you know, the city planning is ours, because I feel that's your very distant goal, right? Or maybe I didn't get that?
No, I agree, and I would say that even within, I actually would ask like folks like Magda and Giannis and others who have been involved in some of these projects to also weigh in on that, like what's the next step? Because I think that's one of the areas, I mean, you're right to point it out, like I'm not quite sure yet how it could be turned into, you know, again, into the kind of the political spectrum. We were so focused on just creating activities and creating an infrastructure and understanding that, bringing it forward is a challenge. There are other organizations who have done that and have done that specifically with Minecraft. They were trying to map, but I saw a hand go up there. Yes.
Yeah, there's another hand from Trevor, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there any other question apart from? Okay, so the last question here.
Yeah, I had a question, but maybe just to comment on the last point. Yeah, I think that's something we're all looking at, whatever we're dealing with and whichever tools we're developing, is how we're not just doing things in bubbles, and how we're trying to actually connect with the, you might say, decision-making processes and you might say the more formal processes. That is one of the, of course, great issues. I don't think in that way it's a kind of critique about the the methodology you're working, but it is a contextual awareness we are all aware of, and how do we do this? And I think we have to address this during this, you know, this conference. But what I was interested in specifically was that the other thing about these bubbles is that the advantage of course, working with digital tools is just not about, we might do a drawing or Legos, and it might be just out in the schoolyard what we're talking about, but it can also be in another country. How did you explore, or did you explore, or could you explore, or might explore the kind of the international perspective of this, of actually working with sites and groups of kids and so on who are not in the same location? Did you have the chance to explore that? And what is the potential of that, I think, at a distance, and actually trying to relate to things which are, you might say, not here and now, but actually other places? And I mean, because the tool does give that wonderful advantage. They all know the same tool. It has the same language. It has the same scale. They can relate to it. So did you explore that in any way?
I think there were some, you know, again, online, not face-to-face. Riga participated in that, you know, more than we did. However, I would just say that even though, again, it's true when you say they all speak the same language, they all know the same Minecraft, they all do. Well, but they don't all have the same versions. They don't all have the same access to the tools. They don't all live in the same time zones. They literally don't speak the same languages sometimes. And those, you know, can be challenges, but of course it's absolutely there. I think the possibility to reach across borders and to create a kind of framework for that, and to bring people together to deal with all kinds of issues is potentially there. And some, as I said, some of the partners explored. We didn't go, I think, as far in our pilot study, but maybe I saw other people were putting hands up.
We have, 2 last questions or comments. So everybody else, thank you for participating, but sorry, no.
I got a microphone, so I must admit I raised my hand because I'm urban planner, and when I heard about how planning, I'm urban planner, but I don't work actually anymore directly in preparing plans. I did it for a long time. Now I'm more working with the participatory processes. And if it's Minecraft or no Minecraft, it's always the same question, how to really collect the vision of the community and how to prepare a plan of it. I wouldn't say that you can say, no, don't do this plan because we have a plan which was created by the community. The plan needs to be translated by the planners, in my opinion. But how to translate it into the planning language, not losing the spirit of it, not losing the ideas, the needs of the people. So this is the question. And I must admit, I believe in gamification generally and Minecraft, that it can be a kind of powerful tool to do it. But this is extremely difficult, how to really frame the process so that we really achieve this co-creation, like creating a vision together.
And the last comment, as I understand, from Gdańsk, I just wanted to say about the experience that we had that could be continued, but unfortunately it was stopped by COVID. But we had this presentation at school to the parents and the city council, city council, but also district council representatives after the workshops. And it was very interesting, and the parents were really interested. And so the gamification is not, usually they hear that the games are really bad, you know, sitting in front of the computer is bad, and here they could see that it can be used in a creative way. And people from this district council said, so we can perhaps use it while talking about our plans. So there was this intergenerational, intersectorial discussion that could be continued if we could work in a normal way with the community, but we couldn't. But I can see the potential.
Yeah, I'd just say, following that up, I mentioned that we have one more workshop that we weren't able to do in September as we had planned, and it moved to October in Karlskrona, that will be doing more Minecraft sessions, also the Karlskrona board game that we have, but that it's specifically set during these World Heritage Days, and that there will be specific city planners and people sort of on site to help us with the board game and to play and to talk about this process of gamification and how it could go forward. We just haven't been able to to realize it fully yet, but I think there is hopefully potential. But as we said, it's not just a Minecraft problem, right? It's, as you mentioned, it's complex.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, for your presentation and answers. A round of applause. Thanks. Yeah, I can take this too. And we're moving on to a break. It's going to be a little break with a nice, let's say, catering treatment that all are expecting. So there's going to be a little bit of information to those who are off the Zoom channel. So for the people that are in here. We will have a lunch break, but during the lunch break you will have a few tasks, and the easiest task is actually going to be the easiest task is going to be going to the registration panel. You saw the registration table, and next to the registration there's a little section with 2 posters, and one poster is dedicated to Sarkandaugava, and the other one is dedicated to Boldraja or Daugavgriva. You will need to go there and sign your name under one of these 2 locations, because these are the field trips that we're going to take in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. So you will need to choose which field trip you're going to take. And the field trip 1 is Sarkandaugava, so there's going to be the industrial neighborhoods from the Imperial Russian times, and also von Trompolska quarter, that was this creative quarter, very similar like this. And this is an old, massive, huge factory that was one of the biggest rubber producers before the First World War in the world. So that's going to be included. And it's going to be led by the Free Riga organization, also the local activists Ali Turleja and Jonas Bühel. You already know him. Probably he's just going to comment and laugh a lot. This is what he does also. So this is the thing, apart from him being very knowledgeable about this area, because he also worked within the neighborhood. And the other field trip is to Bolderaj or Daugavgrīva fortification. Bolderaj is another very old, very well-preserved industrial neighborhood for the workers to live. Also before the First World War, been built around the time. And the Kometa Festival is going to take you around the fortress. The fortress is also this massive fortification that you can visit. It's been around for several hundreds of years, and it has, of course, a lot of lost heritage in the area. And then at 3 till 6, there's going to be a workshop, Minecraft scavenger hunt for kids, not for us. But, I mean, well, for those who are kids while being underage, not kids while they are old, because we all have kids inside us. Anyway, apart from that, this is the first task, and the other task is please go and check out the UCP library. We have the library section. And there's a library section in the corner, so you can go there and see what materials we have produced. So please don't miss that too. And then in the evening, we will have you been dropped at 6 o'clock, hopefully around 6 o'clock, at the Sportapils Garden. And there's this community garden space and some activities there, and probably a visit, I believe, yeah. And who knows what else. And there's also, of course, a possibility for you to go to other locations in evenings. We have a cultural activity program, not for us, but we have prepared that in our website. So you go to urbcultural.eu, and there's a possibility to go to the conference section, and there's practical info where you can see what's going on in this evening. We have Homo Novus Festival, we have Survival Kit, Art Symposium, etc., etc. So if you're feeling lonely this evening, check out urbcultural.eu. Anyway, it's lunch. Outside, follow the instructions. There's going to be a door that takes you to the lunch room, but also you can go outside. It's a little bit of sun out there. See you in an hour. See you at 2:30. So 1:30 Latvian time. Thank you. People in Zoom are also following us. And we will have this little section of a little bit larger presentations on placemaking and demonstrator projects that are the people that actually did or facilitate a lot of aspects of the urban cultural planning method, or have been doing that previously. And after that, I just wanted to remind you that we will have the field visits, and if you haven't registered at the field visit, you can do that right after we finish the presentation session. There at the door, you will have a possibility to sign up for one of the 2 locations. So please do that, otherwise you're going to be left here alone, and who knows what happens at night with those military guys, you know. So don't play around with that, okay? Anyway, so I would like to begin this section with a Mentimeter question. And we have another Mentimeter question, and the question is about placemaking. Because since we're going to find a few answers on this question during the section, I just wanted to find out whether you have some answers already. And the question is, what makes a placemaking activity successful? So please go to menti.com and you should have the possibility to write down an answer. As you can see, it's 250 characters, so let's be brief. The question is, what makes a placemaking activity successful? And it's going to be an open question throughout the whole session, so you'll have a possibility to write in a few answers that you find out during the presentations. Like, oh, this could really work, and so I'm going to write it in. So I'm going to start probably with my first guess. Yes? It's a good question what placemaking is, so you can write it in whatever you think it is. Placemaking is, for example, this is a good example. We have a space that is abandoned or not used by activities, and then with using or by using different kind of methods, we make the place alive again. Well, that could be rejuvenation, that could be bringing the soul in, or optimizing the space. Everything that comes in your mind that is connected to making the place breathe again, or having the place, or making an idea of a place, or making a story of a place that was not there before. It could also be regarding houses, it could be regarding industrial areas, it could be regarding even just fields or squares in a city. What makes a place alive? Or what makes the place to be alive again? So I hope, I just didn't want to go into that because I wanted to give you a chance of expressing your imagination, because some of the answers, I think a lot of answers will be given to all of you during these 2 sessions. So while the questions are rolling in, answers are rolling in, we have a lot of good answers, yeah? We're going to discuss about them a little bit later. I've done my job. And we have our next round of speakers, and we're going to begin with Liva Kreisler, and she's a representative of Copenhagen International Theatre, and she will talk about the Baltic Sea region demonstrator projects, or projects that were demonstrators or the active implementers of cultural planning methods within the project as well. And then later on a little bit different scale. So Liva, you ready? And of course, like I said, you can continue answering the questions also on the way. So Liva Kreisler.
Paldies, thank you. Thank you, Martin, and everyone for being here. It's really cool to finally try to wrap up everything we've been doing. Personally, I've been in the project since 2017, working together with Trevor Davis, as Copenhagen International Theatre is in this consultative role for the project, and we have been especially working with the demonstrator projects and trying to somehow encompass the whole process and try to find parallels in something that's so all over the place. And I will explain to you in a second. And actually, out of all these timelines, so each of this timeline actually represents part of the project. And this morning you heard about gamification and artist residencies, but actually the colorful ones are the ones that bring all those activities together. So actually the demonstrator projects were the ones hosting the artist residencies and the gamification activities. And more about them in detail you will hear about tomorrow, but from our process, I have to say we now have finalized with 10 communities and 10 projects around Baltic Sea region. Actually, you can see it's 7 countries and 8 regions and 7 cities, but 10 communities under 20,000 inhabitants. And this scale was quite important to testing out the method, because I believe, and I mean we believe, there is a consensus that the change really starts small, and actually cultural planning, especially in this kind of setup where it's a 2-year project, works very well with small-scale communities, because you can really map out changes that have happened, new links that have formed, new institutions that have formed in a smaller area or community. There have been other ideas about demonstrator projects. There have been floating around and not always becoming real, because in some cases we found out that some areas might have been too congested with different projects, and something that's too congested doesn't really, again, like it's oversaturated and it's too big, it's over 20,000 inhabitants or in terms of activity. So we were looking for these places that have certain types of scarcities or lacks of resources. May they be lack of political engagement or lack of resources, lack of funding, different kind of lacks. But you have to pair it somehow with a certain type of, okay, I'm gonna jump later to that, with a certain type of activity going on. And here I will just show that during our process from 2017, we've been trying to narrow down into these smaller communities. And so you can see, for example, in Pori, the Pori has narrowed down into the city center. And for example, in Bolderaj, it's the fortress. And in Kaliningrad, it's the Kronprince barracks. And in Denmark, it's a very small housing estate. So it could be really, really small again. And we also figured out that community isn't always based on formal district frameworks. And sometimes it didn't make most sense to work with just a region, but perhaps it's a community around a festival, which doesn't bring people from the same location, but it's a community around certain values. Or for example, in Comet, the case or Dalgogriv's case, it's the love of the fortress that really brought people together. Or the community of Free Riga, people who are gathered around certain type of ideas and values. And for example, in Pori city center, it's around this empty city center, which is a community of businesses and vendors who are struggling, and artists who are trying to fill out these spaces. So not necessarily geographical locations. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, and for example, school districts or schools as communities themselves. So it was really interesting to expand this idea of how we define this area we work with. So we tried to, in the first stage, we were trying to find really these places with, as I said, this certain type of lacks, a kind of a lot of, not negative aspects, but in a lot of cases, these areas are stigmatized, or they have certain urban challenges, for example, opposed to industrial areas or polluted areas or areas that are physically segregated. So finding different diverse problems was very interesting, and also to see that there is a certain amount of things bubbling underneath the surface, some institutions doing interesting things, maybe not necessarily connected, maybe some stakeholders or students doing interesting projects. So as we were looking at these places, we saw that if our project was implemented, perhaps they would give enough connections, enough momentum for people to collaborate more or to gain some experience in this project, which could help the places to take off. And tomorrow we'll see how this has or hasn't been successful, but in many cases, in most cases, it has. An interesting kind of aspect of our work has been to find out, of course, these places, but in a way it had become also this mapping project because we were going as open books to these areas and interviewing different stakeholders and asking what is happening. But in many cases we were first, we did various rounds of tours, but in the first tour people were mostly trying to answer what needs to happen. This is not happening here, and this is happening, but it shouldn't happen. And for us, it was really interesting to map out, so what is actually there, and for them to sometimes see from outside if people are putting on a piece of paper that, oh, you actually have all these resources and interesting things going on. It's a kind of also, I could say, the same process that we're trying to do with the demonstrator project, someone from outside kind of just mapping things out for you. It really changes a little bit of the perspective. And in some cases, actually, we created some controversy, or we're pointing at some things that maybe weren't so talked about, and we ended up in newspapers, which really started also a little bit of conversation, which I hope it might, but it's a good lesson to know that someone from outside is always very valuable to come and trigger some type of new thinking. And this was definitely done, but afterwards with the artists coming in as well. But we tried to do this on a political level. We were trying to look at, of course, in the project, this kind of triangle. It was really important for us, this dynamic between the authorities, citizens, and artistic drivers, which basically tries to advocate that artistic drivers form communities around themselves, and the city authorities, if collaborating with artists and artistic collectives, cultural drivers, could really work in a different way, work cross-departmentally, and because artistic drivers could talk about urban problems or just life quality ideas with the citizens in a different way than the city could. So that was really important for us then to really interview and find out about all these different departments. And for example, from the city, it was important to not only look at political entities, but also the administrative ones, because sometimes the administrative ones are the ones who are blocking some things from happening. It was also important not to only look at cultural departments, but challenge the social and welfare departments to say, hey, cultural drivers are also doing your work sometimes. For example, yeah, when working with children and elderly and minorities, they're doing great, fantastic work. And then in the end, these are the different partners that are executing the projects. This is not at all our work. Most of them were already kind of in this network, and they have been talked with, and they have already been established. But some of them we also brought in the project, and it was important for us that there is this certain diversity across all the demonstrator projects. So as you layer all these things, so the geographical differences, small, big, industrial, etc., and the different kind of partners, and also the different stages of which the projects were in the beginning, really leaves us with an interesting, I have to finish the sentence here, with an interesting situation where we realized that our main idea, what was in the beginning to test out the same method in every place in the same way and then find like really good results, this is out of the question because the starting points were so different and we ourselves chose those. so now in the end we can see that these projects are immensely different and every one of them made their projects completely differently. And this is an interesting lesson because now we know that this is why it's so hard to communicate with authorities about what is cultural planning, because you can't really say, oh, if you sign up to cultural planning, you're going to end up with a community space project. No, you're going to end up maybe with, I don't know, an arts installation, or you're maybe going to end up with a summer school or a new type of business proposal. You never know, and this is why cultural planning is really trying to figure itself out, but struggles because you have to force the authorities to be signing up for such an open-ended process where you don't know what you're going to get, but that's the whole point, in a way, because so much of it is just to find out what's going on, mapping out what's the situation there. Yeah, so just another layer of why it's all so different that, for example, this is the, for example, expenditure from public sector on cultural products in EU in 2018. And you can see that Latvia is, for example, in the first place. But when you talk to the Latvian authorities, the understanding of culture is way different than, for example, if you talk to German or Finnish or Danish authorities, they encompass much larger amount of cultural terms, and they encompass like a larger amount of activities. For example, the culture of picnicking in the park or the culture of sharing gardens. We're kind of encompassing more like large cultural institutions, and we have a really big this informal education network, which is a Soviet heritage again. That's why maybe the money is going. But then again, I'm trying to say that our starting points and understandings of what is culture were also so different.
5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's good. And then, of course, also, if you compare the social networks and the social structures in each of the neighborhoods, so, for example, sometimes it's very centered, and sometimes there are so many interesting partners, but they don't connect at all. And again, when you start with this type of structure, of course, also the projects are going to come out way different. So, with all these different starting points, we have to acknowledge that the only fixed thing is the timeline and the methodology that we try to apply. And we have to acknowledge that also we started in a certain time, and over the 3 years, things have changed so much that we're also leaving in a certain context. And not necessarily because we did something, but because the discourse is just changing. So we have to acknowledge this. And this was kind of the process that we were trying to look at, but of course, this was also just a suggestion. And for us, it seemed that, I mean, somewhere between mapping and visioning, the COVID happened. But I don't know if because of that, but for many other reasons, cultural mapping or mapping process in general was most important for many of the projects. And somehow if the projects would have finished with mapping, they would have finished with 80–90% of their achievements. But people will tell you about that tomorrow. So yeah, definitely a big shift in the process during COVID. But I would have to say that actually in some cases, they brought some very new ideas that have completely skyrocketed in different directions and have become, they live on their own and they live in their own networks. And I mean, there are some positive things in thinking in crisis and designing in crisis. And yeah, if we talk about post-UCP, they will talk about that tomorrow. But from our perspective, what we see is that these projects, you know, some of the partners are not here because they have to manage their projects. They're getting out of hand. Communities are really going wild, and sometimes there's so many things starting to happen, and this was actually one of our initial indicators of which communities to choose. We tried not to choose communities with oversaturation of already happening things and happening projects, and in a way, lack of activity. And to see how that has shifted is really, really inspiring. And just to finish off, in the morning we touched upon this documentation material that we're preparing. We found so interesting these different situations of the communities that we're trying to map them out. For example, in urban environment, we're trying to see where they link or where they don't. How are they different and how are they similar? In terms of demography, for example, is there, let's say, like inhabitant decline, inhabitant influx, aging population? For example, in cultural sector, is there a cultural policy? Is there a strong local identity? So things like that. And then, of course, this projects, the demonstrator project, they have submitted the different material that we're gathering in this exhibition, and it's going to be an open library package, which is going to be shipped to every location in the project, along with different maps. And this box will have all these booklets and studies and maps, and also physical memorabilia from all the different projects. So it's kind of just an indication of how it might look. And for example, in terms of like the different timelines. And yeah, so we're hoping that this material is going to be used in a way of education. For example, in universities, or a pop-up space might have it in just like a few evenings of the week to inform about this, or it could be used to just have an exhibition as well. All the things will be printable. It could be traveling as well. But yeah, so we're producing, I think, 9 of these, and they're going to be everywhere and open to use. Yeah, sorry, I took a bit longer, but yeah,
it's okay.
We have arrived.
Thank you, Liva.
Thank you.
Thanks. And it looks marvelous. Really good designs. Looking forward to see this in real person, right?
Yeah, the designers are Studio Reflect.
Thank you, Studio Reflect. Do we have questions or comments or some addendums to this whole thing?
Maybe Trevor has some.
If Trevor wants to say something, yeah, please, Anna. Trevor, here. Yeah, we need this to be heard also within the internet space. Right, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of aspects to touch on, but I think, how do you feel about, you seem to be a bit sort of critical defensive on where things are going to go. What will deter, how do you, we'll get a better sense of that in the next few days, but do you essentially feel that, that they're in a stronger position than when we arrived there, which is what I sometimes feel about, do we leave them struggling in the sandpit, or do we leave them without funding, or do we, just compile these wonderful kits and then present them as successes? But how do you feel about that? And COVID is a, but you shrugged that off actually. You said actually even in times of crisis you do generate also alternative thinking, which is one of perhaps the best factors of this cultural planning thing. You have to be able to ad lib or improvise or make do or whatever. And many of the people we're working with are also trained to make do because they have no budgets and so on. But do you feel that they are, you might say in a human context, stronger, culturally stronger than they were?
It's really hard to answer these questions in lieu of the demonstrators themselves.
We'll
because,
wait then.
I mean, I would say Yes, I feel for now that it's been a struggle, but maybe that's my own perspective. I think when you're in this very intensive process, it's a whirlwind, and then afterwards you see it differently. I remember one aspect when we were running these baseline studies and sending now to the demonstrator projects to say, okay guys, this is from 2019. You just need to prove that we're quoting people right, but remember, this is 19, so we're trying to put in the process how, like, what is the starting point? And some of them really came back with this, wow, I can't believe this is how it was. I see a lot of things have changed. And the question is if it's because of the UCP project or kind of just the shift of thinking or engaging the right people, or is it just the natural flow? And I think we can discuss about it, but we will never know. And I think it all comes down to this emotional level. How do people feel? Like, what's the aftertaste? And is there really...
Yeah, I think it's
what's
true.
The feeling?
Yeah. Because I think one thing is, and I don't know if you can capture that on statistics or on notes or quotes or whatever, or analysis. And I think, but anyway, we had one great speaker before who just popped up and said something about how he felt on being engaged in Pori, that it was a kind of a life changer in a way. But I think it really is about this. If you embody the changes which have happened, and you are totally surprised when you look back and say, my goodness, do we really think like that or whatever, which is perhaps the big exclamation mark, is perhaps that's the truth, where the truth is. So the emotional part of it is so difficult to capture. But yeah, what do I say with that? But it's not to negate what we're going through. It's actually to say that there's always this side of it. But it's so difficult to capture in these kind of processes because they are what they are. They are based on human resources and not so much capital. And they are based on individual perceptions and individual situations. And it's very, very specific and very, very small scale. So, the commas matter and the gaps matter. So it was just to get a sense of that, yeah.
Yeah, I think one success rate would be also this engagement of municipalities and the authority level. I think that really helps to evaluate how we've been doing if the municipalities see value in this method, and they have had good collaborations, because one of the aims was to really put cultural planning in a context of policy making, and how do you really implement this as a strategy. Yeah, so that's one maybe success rate. And the other one, I think if we just scan through in my mind what is in the documentation, we've asked people to really put down quite detail. I know it was pain in the ass, but how their process was. So I think to see how much energy goes in these projects, how much of volunteer work and how much of their own resources goes, how many hours, how many meetings, I think that should give momentum to how much value is in this and how much we should support cultural drivers, because, I mean, most of them were actually, the executors were cultural drivers. Sometimes it was the cities, and I think that's really interesting as well, like how did they deal it differently? Because of course cities are much less flexible, and then that comes with some kind of drawbacks, but then the culture institutions, individual ones, they're always in lack of resources. So yeah, we have to look one by one. It's really hard to really, that was my point, I guess, that we set out to find out very concrete results. But I think again, this is the point of cultural planning. You have to look at the local DNA and see if that particular place worked. And you can't compare so easily.
We are a little over time. So I'm gonna say thank you, Liva, for the introduction and then also comments, and thank you, Trevor. Because I'm going to give word to the next speaker, and probably there's going to be a possibility for you both to come and reflect on what's there. So I'm going to leave this as on pause now. Thank you, Liva. Thank you. Ooh, yeah! I can hear a little bit of warmed up people, like the excitement. We have our next speaker, and basically our first and only Starlight keynote that we put in our program. And it's Christian Pag from Oslo Architecture Biennale, and he will have a presentation called Reforming Communities, Reflections on Practices of Placemaking and the Neighborhood Scale. And he will share his perspective on placemaking as an integrated social and spatial practice, focusing on how we practically can consider and improve neighborhoods, and thus support everyday community life in cities. Thank you, Christian. The floor is yours. Or at least the table. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Just a factual element is it's a triennale, and I can tell you everybody in Norway, they are equally as confused, but it's a triennale that I represent. I'm really happy to be here. It's an honor to be a Starlight keynote, thanks. But it's also just really exciting to see the work that you're doing, and I can understand, Liva, why you're a little bit fatigued, because I know that these processes, they are incredibly demanding, but also incredibly important. So I just wanted to say I really look forward to see some of the things that are going on later today. I just arrived this afternoon, but I do believe that the whole mindset and approach that you can call cultural planning, though it is a weird category, is really crucial to creating livable, exciting, just, diverse cities. And what I'm going to try to discuss or reflect upon today is how do you link some of these processes that are indeed, as Liva mentioned, somehow often feel ephemeral, or they feel hard to kind of grasp. My also personal ambition is to see if we can somehow connect those cultural practices somewhat more to the built fabric. So let's say a more architectural practice. It's maybe a little bit pretentious title, but what lies in the title is reforming. It includes reform and form. So looking at, let's say, social and physical aspects together, and then I'm interested in this in the neighborhood scale. So without further ado, why do we even need to talk about placemaking and neighborhood? And just so we have the enemy in front of our eyes, we are building shit quickly. Also in Riga, it seems. Or at least we are building stuff that has no life in terms of neighborhood life or community life or a place where life can kind of grow up. All these places, they have this kind of weird, sterile and dead quality to them. And beyond being just a matter of taste, this is also, it's just the fact that you have an incredible commercial pressure, or in other contexts, no pressure at all. So you will very often end up with nothing or very commercially driven projects like these with massive social and environmental challenges to come. And that's why we need to actually, on a global scale, rethink our urban practices. Also in Oslo, where I'm currently based, I'm originally from Denmark, we built just a lot of really meaningless and somehow again weird, just stupid places. I mean, what kind of playground is this in like the richest country in the planet? You know, and that's what this is 2 years old. So again, it seems that on a more structural level, we fail to even envision, I would say, communal urban thinking and planning, at least at scale, even in places like Norway, where you would say you have all the economical and bureaucratic potentials. So there's some kind of lack of cultural capability, and that is, of course, why we need cultural planning, because we need to look at the processes, but also at the actual places where culture unfolds itself. So the question that I'm asking is, how can we enable communities? Of course, it's a super wide question, but I think it's nevertheless important to ask. And when I started as director of the Triennale in January, we were trying to look into these frustrations and challenges, and somehow neighborhood became a horizon for us to try to approach some of the same issues that you are engaging with. And what I find interesting with the neighborhood as a kind of a concept is that it, in a very obvious way, incarnates a kind of physical, it's a place, even though it might not be totally clear where it is obviously somewhere, you know, and I would say I live in this neighborhood, and it would be a place, but it's also a kind of a mental construction, because of course it's not necessarily defined that we all think about the same when we say Nørrebro or whatever we say, whatever neighborhood we might mention. And then in the word itself, it has kind of this, the neighbor, of course, is in the concept itself. So you have somehow to think about somebody else. And there's something citizen about it. You're not just a user or a consumer in the neighborhood. You're like a decent human being somehow, if you taste the word. But this interesting mix of social and physical, I find that very useful, at least as some prism or some kind of way to look into what needs to be addressed in planning today. So this is the Triennale that we are hosting in a year from now. We entitled that project Mission Neighborhood, with this subtitle Reforming Communities, and in Norwegian as well. And that points to this ambition of looking at the physical fabric of everyday life. I'm gonna go through quite a few examples of just like urban experience, and to link that experience to reforming to the systems and processes that in many ways defines how things are happening. So of course, capitalism and bureaucratic structures and habits and cultures of planning. That I think is what you're trying to really look into through this great initiative. 4 themes that we're looking into, and I think beyond just being what we're doing at the Triennale, I think it's useful to consider those somehow together. It's a little bit conceptual, but I hope you'll follow me. So in a way, a city is always architectural in a way, and it has a certain quality of place, or it doesn't. You know, you can go out and you can look at it, you can discuss it, and very often I would say people actually agree more than you think. I think there's much to be said about this is not just a matter of taste, it's a matter of fact actually quite often, though there can be of course nuances. Infrastructure and mobility is key to understand how any urban structure functions, and the streets is literally the life veins of the city, connected with trains, trams, etc. And super important in terms of neighborhood, both as killers of neighborhood quality, but also as drivers. Then we have the whole governance and leadership aspect, who actually carries through the projects that matter. And Charles Landry, amongst others, talks about the bureaucratic hero, or the need to have a creative bureaucracy, which is also an essential part of the cultural planning movement. And here it's incredibly important to highlight the potential and the importance of a creative bureaucracy to actually create places that have something special or unusual or co-created or rooted in place and culture. And finally, of course, we cannot not talk about money and also what goes beyond money. So I guess that's an important discussion I've also had with Trevor several times. Can we become even better at measuring why does it matter? I think most of us here would intuitively know that this matters, but can we convince somebody, maybe not just with numbers, but maybe also with some kind of numbers? And we're gonna, and this of course all relates to culture and a kind of a ambition of sustainability. So I'm not even talking about it because I take it for granted. That's what lies behind everything. So it's not that it's not forgotten, it's just in a sense everywhere. The scale of community or neighborhood is not totally defined, but it's more than just what's private, and it's less than the city as such. So the neighborhood scale will also entail many scales within that scale. So maybe you know your neighbors and somebody right outside your door. Maybe you know the grocery store guy, but you'd also have neighbors you don't know at all, but you would somehow feel affiliated with them because you live in the same hood. Of course, if it's a good neighborhood, maybe you know nobody because it sucks. What's interesting, I come from a background with strategic design, and I like the concept of touch points. So the fact of the matter is that everything matters. From the moment you go outside of your door, things are potentially a site for interaction or meaning or the opposite, of course. So for example, where do you dispose of your garbage? Can you recycle maybe stuff? Can you share facilities for recycling stuff in your community? Where do you park your bike? And going from like looking at public space, infrastructure and functions moving from the very kind of intimate right outside your courtyard or where you live, moving into the local or regional centers where you would have shops and a bigger park and etc. And I think that knitting together of things is underrated, and though, of course, discussed by many urbanists, and maybe notably Jan Gehl. So looking at urban form, for example, looking at, this is both Oslo, as this is my the presentation I'm road showing these days, but I think it's interesting to look at this structure here, where it's very defined with kind of a very neatly defined interior courtyard spaces and a huge park. And then this is an area, this is from the 30s, this is from the 90s and the 2000s. This is a really, really bad plan, full of just leftover space, and it's good for the greedy developers, but it just sucks in terms of quality and exactly community opportunity, which I will show a little while. So in Norway, we build a lot of this shit these days. It's incredible. I'm like, I cannot stand it. And it's basically like giving a finger to your neighbor with saying, the only thing I want to do as a building is getting my cars inside me. But giving back to you guys, no. Just go a little bit to a 30s building again here, just a little corner. And suddenly you see that the building kind of says hi, says like, I see you, you're here, we can make a little shop here, no problem. So this is around the corner here. Actually, this is not necessarily bad. It's just the edge zone of every building is a site for interaction and non-interaction. And I'm not saying this is necessarily bad. It's just it is here. And could we think about it? What can we do about it? And it's important to say that everything matters. Doesn't mean that everything needs to be an urban party or super activist. It just needs to. Everything can actually be considered, and that I think is just important. I was recently in Bergen in Norway, and I was very excited. And I think you cannot. It says Anna Katz Vests Plads. This is obviously a private intervention in a way, right? So somebody kind of took the side of the building, and it's obviously private, but it's obviously also welcoming everybody else. So that is very kind of community, I would say. You actually have a streetscape that invites for a soft boundary between private and public. And that gives a certain feeling of community as opposed when you go to Hennes and Mauritz. St. Petersburg is a fantastic place. I showed this city project earlier, but I think the arcades is really interesting, certainly in climates like Northern Europe's. Offers opportunity for kind of neighborhood activities that are quite lively and weird and mystical and also just a way of living for some, but it's an urban form that actually somehow helps communal life to grow. So moving from edge zone to commercial program, it's important to know that commercial activity is, we need it, and the market was always a meeting place. The fact is just that we make too many city meeting places and marketplaces. This is really interesting. It's a small kiosk in Oslo, and it's really kind of a famous place. And that little shack here gives that street, that's quite depressing otherwise, a certain feeling of a sense of place, and it becomes kind of a reference point. But this is Riga, but you find these places all around. It is obvious maybe to criticize it, but I think it's important to do it every time you get the chance. What does this produce in terms of urban life? It produces car traffic, and you moving to a place with no soul, no sense of place, no potential even of communal activities. At least 95% of the time. I don't know whether this shopping center is by some weird reason totally magical, but I honestly doubt it. Squares, of course, sites of activity and home of whatever democratic activity. This is from this city plan I showed just before. You see they left space for kind of, for what? Actually, what do we do here? This is actually where I live in Oslo now. It's just a little square, and of course I think it's super beautiful and romantic. But it's also just, it's simply so much water and a good plan. And it literally becomes a place for everyday culture to flourish. And it doesn't require so much, actually. Of course, somebody needs to take care of the water, and you don't cut down the trees. So this notion of where do you make places that invite for everyday or special cultural activity, I think that's very exciting and important to consider, and something that we still have a hard time doing. Streets, as I mentioned, I'm pretty obsessed with streets. I mean, it's also because we make so many streets like this, meaningless streets with no intention or meaning, or just waste of space really. Also, it's even too wide, so if you wanted to be greedy as a developer, you could build closer, but now you just left over all that space for nothing. So my new crush here in Bergen, I think this scene just shows again this kind of beautiful, somewhat romantic, I admit that, but also a beautiful kind of mix between the random, who put that little house out there? It's just like a little enigma, and then maybe the commune put out this kind of table tennis and this kind of a scene of integration and everyday life is just quite heartwarming. And why is it so hard? It's like somehow traffic engineers, they just kind of, I don't know what they did. In the US, of course, it was Ford who funded the destruction of a public transport, but in Europe, you would argue you could have better chances. On my way to the airport, from the airport today, I would see a lot of these really beautiful buildings, but of course, most of them closed off because the main traffic or is just really hardcore and that does not invite for let's say a street life to unfold. So enough of the criticisms. I'm going to move a little bit ahead now to, okay, these are things that I think we need to discuss, all these physical touch points. But then what do we do and how do we think about these things? And I realize I'm increasingly becoming conservative maybe, but I still believe the best book written about urban culture is Jane Jacobs' The Death and Life of the Great American City. I recommend everybody, every time I get a chance, read that book. It's great. It's on Audible. You can hear a great reading of it. It's really, really good. But anyways, she describes the old city, I'm going to read it aloud. Where the old city is working successfully is a marvelous order for maintaining the safety of the streets and the freedom of the city. It is a complex order. This order all composed of movement and change. And although it is life, not art, we may fancifully call it the art form of the city and liken it to the dance, an intricate ballet in which the individual dancers and ensembles all have distinctive parts which miraculously reinforce each other and compose an orderly whole. I'm just going to go back to this picture and then have Jane Jacobs in mind. And that's a disappointment I feel every day, and I'm sure many of you will have. Why can't we not make it better? It's just it's incredible. So some of the things we're going to look into the Triennale, and I think that's also themes that are relevant in this context, is, for example, the streets. So how can we rethink streets? There's a lot of space, literally wasted on cars. And of course, it's complicated business, but it's possible. And it's important there, of course, to know not only what do you do when you move the cars away, but how do you build opportunity in the streetscapes you leave behind. And that's where, for example, cultural planning as a way to include local stakeholders, to mobilize the artists, communities, and activists, actually potentially can make streetscapes that were just barren and dead become sites of community engagement and activation. Many are pursuing these types of approaches in Paris, but also I mentioned Vinnova and Dan Hill in Stockholm are looking into this kind of very maybe simplified and designerly way of just replacing cars and cars parking with new both sites where we can sit and use lighter infrastructure as bikes and kind of just literally just change parking lot for parking lot what exists to new 1 minute attractions in the city. It's also super interesting to look at cultural institutions at large. How can those institutions become clearer actors in the city? And I know that's also what you're looking into. For example, this is a really nice project in Oslo where they took away a street close by a school, and that became then a great playground for the school, but also a community asset used by kids around the whole neighborhood. In Copenhagen, also an older project, but again, you see the school kind of spills out into to public space and just in a really nice way. I think what's ultimately interesting with city life is that we share things, right? So in the most banal way, we go to the same shop and maybe cafe and the kindergarten, so the functions. But also, historically, we would share that you'd go to the washing facility to wash your clothes, or and this type of and of course you also have maybe small apartments because you eat out, or so you have all these things about you actually need less space because you share more, and that is possible to imagine that in a much more ambitious way. And of course the whole sharing economy that was kind of hot maybe a little 5 years ago, maybe it's a little bit less hot these days, but I must admit I still have faith that we can and should share much more on a neighborhood scale, both in the ways we live, so the residential concepts or architectural concepts that we live in, but also on a neighborhood scale. And this study by Space 10, IKEA's innovation agency in Copenhagen, and Effect Architects kind of shows that what if we could share a playroom or a workshop or a garden or a waste management system or a tool shed, or, you know, what if these things were not only commercial things we could buy, but things that we could co-own. So in Denmark we have this andelsbevægelse, I don't know what the word is actually, but it's kind of a co-owning vision, which I think is still a potential force for change, but hard to operate still. So it's one of the things we hope to see examples of in the Triennale. So by the way, we have an open call that I'm writing these days. It'll come out in a month or two, where we will ask for everybody to send in good examples of things that does something good for the neighborhood. That can both be architectural projects and plans, but can also be cultural planning projects, so it can be, let's say, non-physical projects as well.
5 minutes.
Thanks. Another thing is basically how we can connect big infrastructural projects with neighborhood or cultural thinking. And big architects in New York made the head concept or the main concept for the dry line, basically a coastal securance projects of the southern tip of Manhattan, basically flood prevention. But they made a concept where every part of this dike really is basically co-created with community actors and local associations, etc. So you basically color each part of the dry line with local activities and a neighborhood program. And when I think of the insane amount of money politicians around the world spend without blinking an eye on infrastructure, imagine if that can be twisted and flavored with just a little bit of cultural thinking. That would be potentially super important. I'm just going to skip this. So I have 5 minutes to what is the methodological, let's say, output from this. So I really believe that to build better neighborhoods, we need to look at, let's say, human-centered design, really understanding how people live and also might live, not only what they do now, but what they could do. We need to use all our skills from the human sciences, so empathize with human experience. And then I'm really, of course, supportive of the cultural planning mindset that works on a more communal level. And let's say there's kind of a tradition of building social infrastructure and governance models and also doing things that you can actually see in urban space. I have 4 recommendations to end this show. So we need a placemaking that is empathetic and understands culture. It needs to be a local innovation process, which you also mentioned, Liva. I'm obsessing about time. I think we're bad at talking about time in cities. And finally, we need to consider community. So I'm just going to say a few more words about this. Tom Kelly is the head of IDEO, one of the world's biggest design agencies. And he's He's a good writer, and he has a lot to say about how we can actually be inspired by observations and how we can build the future through empathy. And we really need to convince bureaucrats and developers that we can simply do better by empathizing. And that's what we fail to do with all these monolithic, insanely stupid office buildings with car parks. Nobody thrives there. It thrives there. Not even the developers themselves. I mean, they thrive on the way to the bank, but not with the product. So that's where I would propose, let's actually revisit the cultural and design tools that many of us would know, but many of us fail to use, and many don't even know them. So we need to keep on going into the field like Jane Jacobs, looking at what actually happens in the city, listen to people. We need to build scenarios. We need to visualize what futures can be. And that's also before just making an architectural competition. Let's discuss the why and how of a new city, not just the height of the buildings, for example. And we need to work with system thinking, trying to understand how they operate, which is also an essential part of our cultural planning, infiltrating the bureaucratic structures to build new ways of operating. Charles Landry, a famous cultural planner that some of you will be familiar with, talks about the necessity of the creative bureaucracy and how we need to move beyond the silo thinking. That is cultural planning, 1-0, basically getting us out of just doing what we always do. We need to think across disciplines and across sectors with local in the center. What is this place? Not just the big plan, but actually looking at the place. I am almost there, my friend. So that means we need to work with a more designerly mindset. We need to open up. Very often, urban planners, they start here. They start with the design. Okay, let's build 120,000 square meters, 12 stories. But why are we building this? How is this connecting to place, to culture, to other functions that might benefit from being weaved together? So every urban project, to my mind, should actually be considering what it is surrounded by and be creative in how it can relate to that specific ecology. Time, understanding both the temporality of every day. It's interesting with the digital tools that you can actually do things every second Wednesday because we can get the feed and we can connect and we can sign up. So looking at time, but also the seasons in terms of how you can change the city from summer to winter, for example. But also the temporality of planning processes. When are people included? And finally, how do you build culture over time? Cultivating, of course, the word culture comes from cultivating, building up over time. And the fact of the matter is that very often time becomes this project I really despise in Oslo, I have to say. Look at this piece of shit. And then they kept this portal from the old, like, fantastic cigar factory, in a sense, rubbing in the wound, right? So then time becomes just, there was something here at another time. Yeah, now it's gone. Or it becomes then temporality, these temporal effects, so things like with pallets. It can be fine, but we need more than just pallets. We need time-conscious planning. And I have one little example here, competition. No, we had a street market in Copenhagen called Papir in the Paper Island. And they made a temporary canteen or, social function with a lot of food. And that totally changed the way that place was perceived and the architectural competition that came after it. And it's not necessarily that I think this project is good, though it is pretty good. The whole floor of this island is now public and kind of relevant for Copenhagen. And that happened because we tested it. Otherwise, it couldn't have ended up just as another boring residential project. So my final 2 slides. We need to consider community in everything we do in planning. Consider how building, place, and context are intertwined. How cultural access and public space can be used together, like with the schools. And also how people and institutions and places can be kind of connected. So read Jane Jacobs and Jan Gehl. And then I made a little kind of a description of the trademarks for the good neighborhood. So this is my last slide. So I can leave that standing maybe for a little question. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to leave that hanging there, this kind of, sorry, it's a little bit slow here. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Christian. I hope people in Zoom can also see this, but don't worry, if you can't see it now, there's going to be possibility to see the whole event a little bit later after it finishes. So in case if you missed something, I hope we can answer the questions a little bit later. Do we have questions from here? Do we have questions from Zoom? Anyone? I'll, of course, begin with the first one. That is also a question to you, but also probably Leva can comment. When we talk about placemaking, we talk about communities, locals, and then in this case, artists or the cultural personnel, and then we talk about the city. Where do visitors, guests fit in? People that are in cities for short-term relationship, whether they are tourists, whether they are like all of you here, you are in Viskali place for a couple of days. I'd rather call you a little bit more than tourists. But how does the placemaking or how does the community strengthening activities, and how does the cultural planning look at that perspective of a guest perspective? Are they able to see the real life? Do they have their own rights to see the community? Do they have their own duties or needs in cities that need to be fulfilled? Do you have any comment on the visitors, the guests, short term?
I cannot speak on behalf of placemaking as such, but I have a point of view that I'd be happy to share. It is an interesting act of balance. I mean, mass tourism is a phenomenon that in many ways can scare the shit out of you because it's so massive and you have a feeling that somehow every place can kind of place thanks to tourists. But also many of us like to travel. So as anything else, I would see it as kind of a design assignment to, let's say, in a sense, curate or manage tourism. I would say it's without being judgmental, but I would say many European tourists, they would seek, and at least myself, I appreciate great local. And I would say many do. We travel because we want to see something else. So what I die a little bit from every time is I go to a new town, and then I also see the Sarah shop, and I see the McDonald's, or I see these kind of endless repetitions of big capital, and it just makes me incredibly depressed. But every time I see something local, something homemade, I get excited and I get happy. So I think there's a hope in that. But of course, what is local and what is successful can also then be capitalized or maybe not last forever. But I think the point is that we need to demand of ourselves to actually be local. And that doesn't mean you need to be like just looking at your own belly button, but somehow commit to actually create your own stuff and not just repeat. Though, of course, it's also a fact that place making is also, in a sense, looking somewhat similar in different places in Europe. But I still think that's a super important corrective to just, mainstream capitalism.
The microphone, Anna. Well, you can, can you bring the microphone down?
You can just have this first, maybe.
No, I have an example from our demonstrator projects about this visitor and local. Maybe Madara can comment more about Fortress, Daugavgrib's Fortress, where we will go this afternoon. There's this interesting synergy of this festival that set out to give more attention to this unknown area for Riga's citizens, but the locals had already really strong ties to it. It's a small community, but every weekend there's 300, 400 people there. And for the larger Riga community, it's like an exploration of the space that no one knew, but actually a small community knew it. And there's this interesting friction between the very, very local and then the new locals who create this festival there, and year by year they call it their home. So there's different levels of locality, and this festival is trying, of course, their hardest to include the local community, but for them, maybe they don't need it so much, and they maybe even feel like are we the secondary? Are we the primary suspect? It's really interesting question. I think these projects definitely in many cases look at these the synergies of local, and because in any case these cultural activities, they come in as something alien, and in many cases they try to get a reaction from others. So yeah.
I can probably ask Leva to come here, and then you can share the microphone, because there might be a few other things that I want you both. No, Leva, you can stay. You can stay. And then we have a question in the audience, and then we have a question in Zoom. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm butting in. Yeah, I think it's important that neighborhoods are inclusive, and I think it's also important to don't see them as being, you might say, borderlines, but you have to create a sort of fluid connection between neighborhoods. Movements and interactions in the city are really super important to have this sort of hypermobility. I mean, we're sitting in a place now which hasn't got which you might say, are we in a neighborhood? Well, actually, it's an empty space, and the job of this, the development of this, will be to attract new people. So I think we're talking about relocation all the time, and we're talking about people actually are relocating in cities and moving and using different things. If you look at how many times people change their accommodation in the first 30 years of their life, on a European sort of barometer scale, they're now changing in average 10 times in their life between their 30. They move to 10 different neighborhoods. If you look at that figure 50 years ago, it was 3 times. So we are increasingly invading, and you might say the cities are moving around and using it in different ways. So I think we're talking, and when we're planning for neighborhoods, we can't just plan for the people who are there. We have to think about the people who are there, and the people who will be there, and the people who might be there, and whether they're coming for 1 weekend or 1 year or whatever. You have to think inclusively in the dynamics that creates, and not just either or. Thanks.
Thank you, Trevor. We have one, maybe if no comment.
I can add just a little comment. I think the argument that I'm trying to do is that actually there come some formal base elements in terms of the urban fabric that tends to, in a very banal way, disengage people from one another, both the ones that could have been there or was there or whatever, which is literally that, for example, car-based traffic literally puts you in a fortress that weighs a ton and just disconnects you from people around you. It's a very physical phenomenon. If you want to meet somebody, you are in the same space. So I think somehow that's the big cultural argument that I want to put into, maybe not your minds, because I would imagine many of you would agree, but many planners still primarily in 2021 plan for the car. And car is just not good for neighborhood life. But of course we still want to move around, but there are all kinds of ways to move around and to connect in different places. And I think it's so important not to be over romantic about the old neighborhood where, you know, everything was just like super claustrophobic and everybody knew each other. It doesn't need to be that vision of neighborhood. But I do think, and that's the whole argument, for example, from Carlos Moreno in Paris and the 15-minute city, is that after Corona, we also realized that it matters where we go out the door. And also in a digital age where we think that we can be in whatever the neighborhood of Facebook, space matters, and the meeting places of everyday life just has an incredible importance. That's the argument that I'm building. And then the added argument is exactly that cultural actors like present company and both libraries and theaters and activists can play a much bigger role in that life.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Zoom, and then we're going to go back to the venue from Anastasia.
Yes, thank you, Martin. One regard from Dortmund to everybody. It's really nice to follow up. I'm Anastasia, one of the rapporteurs, and I have a question to Christian. Thank you very much. Triggered a lot of ideas during your talk. And I was just thinking that like we talk about the communities and local people a lot, but is it actually enough nowadays to think about people? Because like thinking from this post-human perspective and about other species and animals and plants, actually many people juxtapose nature to culture sometimes, but can we actually account this in cultural planning? And have you maybe encountered any projects that can also consider other species to include in these projects?
At least I can say you're definitely pointing to what my presentation lacks, and I think it is, in a sense, it is slightly anthropocentric in the way that the theme of the Triennale has been formulated, and we do mean to eventually expand the neighborhood concept to also include other living species. So it will actually be a part of the Triennale to look at other life forms. The thing is that the meta argument that I'm making is that, and it's also because I'm really targeting the built fabric, so what we are actually building. And my notion is that we build way too much and we use it way too little. So what drives urban production is capitalism, it's money, and it's basically buy ground cheap, build cheap, and sell expensive, right? And that's the circle of the economic model. And of course, there's some interest in reducing climate footprint with construction arguments. But if you look at how we use buildings, that's where we can really make an impact. If we use our built fabric much better, for example, sharing things more and building less because we use it more efficiently, and things flow into each other, and we then need to, simply use less space for our cities and build less. That's, let's say, the meta argument why a neighborhood mindset would also be, let's say, climate positive. But I really hope, and it's also going to be part of our call, can we look at projects that not only enhance neighborhood quality for us, but also as many urban garden projects or nature generation projects will have that element to it too. So it's certainly part of the ambition. A very good question.
Okay, we have a question. We have another question.
Yes, I have.
And then the last one from Jonas. So that we're gonna finish this. Okay, maybe you. Please.
I wanted to address the second point of the good neighborhood. As you stated, makes residents feel ownership of where they live. And this is actually a problem that I'm encountering. I'm involved in a local activity. We are trying since 2 years to make like a community garden. And it's like an old neighborhood. There are new residents and old residents. And my question is how to convince the old residents, those that are there since 30 years and feel like nothing will ever change. It's kind of quite, let's call it a bad neighborhood, or how to encourage them to feel this ownership. Because it's not a problem with the young, those that are young and come to the neighborhood. It's a problem with those that are there since always.
It is a fact, of course, that neighborhoods are also sites of conflict, and I think the most normal conflict in the world is basically conflicts between neighbors. So of course, it is always complicated to live with other people and live close to other people. And it's also fair that there are tensions. So it's not that a neighborhood should necessarily be cozy all the time, but at least it's a place of conflict and not just a parking lot. I still have faith in being nice and being optimistic and showing what you can do, convincing them using all the tactics you have. Be a saleswoman, I think it's basically up to ourselves to try to convince other actors in the city with the things we want to do. And also to be maybe critical and direct against the powers we do not appreciate. And I'm becoming more direct in my criticism as I've grown older, because I think it's important just to say it. This sucks. This is not good enough. But equally as exciting as it is to say every time something good is there, then praise it. And so, maybe it's a little bit banal answer, but I just think it's we need just to keep on doing things. And I think the work that you're doing with Urbcultural planning and with the Copenhagen International Theatre is just showing that a different world is possible. It can be much more magic and more fun, and then maybe you take the old whatever angry men and ladies out for a walk, or I don't know what strategy you'll have to use.
Jonas? And then the question up at the end.
Thanks, Christian. This mic is ridiculously sensitive. Okay. I really, it feels like, I don't know, a 15, 20-year-old younger version of myself has been talking the last half an hour, and I feel really, really flattered about that. But let me be the asshole now, because I'm talking the same language as you do, and let me be the asshole and let me be the advocatus diaboli, because I think it's necessary. In our sophisticated life and our elitaire position that we have, and being, for example, one of the co-organizers of this space where we are in, this is all wonderful, and it's beautiful. It comes close to real nice masturbation. But we do have to live with the McDonald's as well. We have to live with the McDonald's. It's not going away immediately. So we need to make neighborhoods also with this, I have to confess, I also love streets. I'm a nerd as well, like you. And I loved the street that you showed as a bad example. I really liked it. I mean, I have a passion for this ugly kind of atmosphere. I mean, maybe because I'm an ugly guy, I don't know, but I like it. You know? No, but this is, I just want really not to provoke. I just want to say we need to live with these places because they are there. We can't take them away tomorrow. And the people living there and the communities being there, they also need to live with it, and we need all to find ways to deal with the McDonald's at place, and we all need to find ways of dealing with this kind of streets. So what I'm asking for, or not really only asking, but what I'm like really also empathically asking for, please not let just say these are the bad places, but like let's try nevertheless. What, for example, we have done in Podi, like Hadi Kati and I, like we three sitting here, we actually were in the shopping mall. We were in this ugly space, but you can use it, you can do something with it. And I think this last sentence that you were saying as a reply to my colleague, I think this is the most essential sentence of your whole presentation, because you said clearly we have to keep up each day and we have to continue, and we always have to call the good thing at wherever it is. And I think this is important. Otherwise, we segregate once again, because we love to segregate spaces as well as people. And I think it's very important that we are still that place sensitive, that we take everybody inside as much that is possible. Yeah, I just wanted to be a little bit advocatus diaboli, that's it.
I understand what you're saying, but I think there are two aspects to it. So I'm talking very much to the people who are actually building cities. Is it on? Yeah. Yeah. So I think let's say two types of audiences, right? You can talk neighborhood with the people who are actually in a neighborhood, you know, going out on the streets and doing things, which I think is very much the soul of this type of event and process and ambition, and which I totally sympathize with. But I am interested in talking to the people in power about what they built. And in that regard, I want to be clear. That's why I say this sucks. It doesn't mean that the people who live in this place learn. They don't like it. And maybe the kids love it even. But I know that it could be even better. So this, I show this picture because it's built 6 years ago, and I know the developer, and I meet the guy who built it, and I want him to know that I see the shit you're doing, and I want to tell the city that I see the shit that they're doing. So this is a part of a very specific political agenda about who is building what. And there's a different agenda than dealing with what's already there, and both are super important, but yeah, that's basically it. It's two different things.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you very much for the presentation. This is very much connected with why I wanted to make a comment and then ask two questions. I think, in my opinion, maybe you can agree with it or not, we've industrialized urban planning, right? It's not, and what you're talking about is craftsmanship I'm not especially against McDonald's per se, but the ugly ass yellow M that is the same whether you're in Kuala Lumpur or in Bergen, maybe that's a problem, right? In Venice, for example, they've removed it because they said it wasn't fitting with the cultural and history of the city. We can invent whatever reason we want, but we might also say, well, McDonald's can come because, you know, we don't have anything against the venture, but the ugly ass M there will not be standing. It's about, for me, it's about choosing the package, and the problem is when we let the free market choose, then I think the public and especially the inhabitants are losing. So that's my first question is, we need new tools for urban planning in order to be able to discriminate between what the free markets, that multi-agent system is choosing for us. And do you have maybe ideas on how to, you talked about infiltrating the bureaucracy. Do you have any insight or practical examples on that, new tools? And then the second question is about, I also feel very strongly about Gale and Jacobs. And recently I've learned about non-zero sum spaces, that we can have multiple lectures, multiple readings of the same spaces we inhabit and go through. Is that maybe the backbones of the 9 commandments you're offering?
Thanks for the good comments and questions. Yes, I agree that the problem is in many ways the industrialized building context in which we live. And in many ways I'm also pragmatic. I mean, I also accept a McDonald's, but I do think on a societal level, if we actually appreciate bottom-up activities, localized events, things that grow out of community, we actually need to work for it harder than we did before. And especially if you look in a commercial context like Oslo, the pressure on every square meter makes it incredibly difficult to have anything that actually goes on that's not super commercial. And then it often becomes either super commercial or then super state or public in its vibe, leaving very little space for this type of activity that's kind of growing up. And, you know, I'm trying to make a triennale, for example, and just for me to find a place, just a room like this is almost impossible because everything is so expensive or it's incredibly far away. So that suddenly we need to kind of create space for the unexpected, so plan for the unplanned in a way. And that I think we need to do. And of course you can do it. There are tools you can, the rent control, or the city can buy space that it kind of gives away, so you need to basically feed the ground for things that maybe came out of its own 30 years ago in whatever, in New York in the 80s, or because there was a lot of cheap space and people with talent and ideas. That kind of grassroots requires much more kind of fertilizer, or at least some in some places, or maybe it just needs space. So it's not that every place needs its own recipe, but at least the language that it matters. And I think, to my mind, it matters. I don't want to live in a world where everything I do is managed by Google or, I mean, it's fine with some McDonald's, but for Christ's sake, not too many. I mean, it's just so much more fun if you can go to something that's produced by people in a way that it's kind of co-owned, or it just offers different types of life models than just a franchise from the US. It just bores me so much in a way too. But it's not that it's against that, it's more giving possibilities to the other side, or that type of more, I don't know, what do you say, queer or weird or open-ended cultural activity. The reading, I'm not entirely sure I understood the question, but I want to ask you later when we go out to understand what you actually meant. But it is important, maybe also to your comment, that it's not necessarily important whether I like, you know, Christian, do I think it's a cute street or not, but can you actually look at a place and at least pretty easily say that there are many things here that makes it unlikely that cultural activity will unfold, then you're pretty far. So if you can just do 80% less stupid things, you're quite far. And then we can discuss, you know, I also have a weak point for brutal industrial aesthetics. So it's not that everything needs to be cute, but it needs to be considered in a way at least. And that's what pisses me off with these new developments. They're not even ugly. They're just nothing. Yeah, they're totally finished, and you can't do anything, and everything is illegal, and the space is often managed by private operators, so you cannot demonstrate. You can't even, you can hardly sneeze your nose.
We have one last, a little comment.
Yeah, well, I think this discussion has a lot to do with the status of the role of the architect and architecture as a field. Because are the architects upholders of some kind of ethical, aesthetical, social contract in which they are, or are they actually just being reduced to becoming part of the building construction industry, actually? And have they given up their role and their responsibility and their on behalf of the people, and more than that, on behalf of the city, which they are one of the main activators in. So I think there's a huge question mark over the status of the role of the architect. And this is why more and more, you might say, contrary initiatives, this is why among other things we are sitting here today, is because if the role of the architect had been in Jane Jacobs', you might say, tradition and upheld that, we would not be here today. There would be not reason. We are here because some people have not actually managed that and have not actually cared for that and catered for that, about the future, about other things, but have just reduced themselves to be technocrats who can churn out the one design after the other and get accepted in one place after the other. So I think this is a whole crucial question, but it's another question. So again, it's not a question of aesthetics or whether you don't like the people there or you don't have a social conscience. That is an important part of it. Thank you.
If I may add a short comment to that, I think what's happening is that articulating that space of opportunity or how quality matters has become maybe less obvious, right? So this kind of massive commercial interest in residential production just made it easy for a lot of just smart business people or greedy bastards or whatever, just a random guy to starting building stuff. And then the last 30 years, you've basically built an insane machinery. You can basically ask any monkey to go into some SketchUp program, and they can literally build something in 3 weeks, right? It's incredible, the speed, but also then the lack of quality. So I think it's also the task of, let's say, creating a space that's not so driven by industrial production and entrepreneurs and the business of construction, it's almost too much to ask just of the architects. So we need to, let's say, to help the architects or bring in much more competency, culture activists, artists, academics. So the urban discussion has become much richer and much more complicated, and that's also a good thing, but it's also becoming much more a war zone because things are going so fast. So I think it's basically also why it's good that we are here in a way, that we are part of the debate and should become even more so. And my hope is that this kind of, let's say, cultural mindset becomes not something that some random guy in the city might know of, but something that everybody knows of. So everybody that starts up a construction project will have to think about these types of things, about the community, about culture, about everyday life, about the crazy little thing that makes something special.
Okay, thank you to Christian and Leva. Actually, we just wanted to do one little tiny thing. Remember what you did at the beginning of this session? We had Mentimeter and versions of what placemaking might be. So can we look at that Mentimeter now? Can we look at the answers, what we have on the previous question that we had? So you can try to maybe go through these. They will scroll down. And Leva and Christian, if you have something to comment, you can have a look at that. Maybe in the audience, if something is funny, you can laugh. If not, then you don't need to. But
must make people curious. I think that's back to your question about locality. I think whenever you see people having fun, you want to join them. And I think I remember in some of the projects, like the biggest learning outcomes is just make it fun. I mean, it's super cliche, but this aspect of life on the street is so important. Someone having fun makes you want to just live there, basically. want to take part. This kind of curiosity about why are they having fun? Why is there this cat house there? This curiosity in the space. Someone has brought their kitchen table outside. Interesting. Yeah.
I think wherever there is something funny going on, we want to stop by. Like, we want to stop. And actually, this is one of the greatest things about a good place is that you don't rush through it. You stop. You look at what people do. You sit down. You chat with people. And I think it's been written in all of the books that a living place is where you stop and mingle. That's the right one.
But I think a very essential thing also when I read these statements here is that it's co-produced somehow by yourself. Because there's something, you've seen the Night of the Living Dead, right? So when you see people shop, it's just not so sexy. But when you see people produce something or play music or build or seeing your fellow citizens as something else than just a consumer, I think that's just really, there's something exciting about it. And also something even politically engaging, which I think is the beautiful part of a good placemaking, that we did it ourselves, or maybe also with a company. It doesn't need to be exclusive, but that we are agents of action, not just passive, like eating that burger.
Yeah, just another one there, working in a long enough time frame. This is so important. I think we encountered a lot of projects while doing the baseline that people have become resistant to this kind of activity because they haven't followed up. And this can make this is actually bad PR of cultural planning and such activities, participatory activities, when things are being done for the check of it and for the planners as well. Oh yeah, we did this participatory process, but the plan they came with is finished. And if it's not finished, then they listen to you, but they finish it the way they want anyways. And so being really investing yourself in a long-term relationship with the community is so important. And tomorrow we'll hear about garden, but I talked to Leah today about the drawbacks and good things about having an artist in residence for, like 2 years? So a lot of the artists in residence were for 1 year, but actually what we found out that one of the outcomes is that her project has created this amazing synergy between the artist and the community, and this wouldn't have happened in like a month residency. It really needs those 2 years, so that's cool, good outcome.
Okay, thank you. I think you will have time to ask more questions or comment directly to Liva and Christian. I'd like to say thanks for them to participate and share comments. Thank you. And this is basically it, almost the end of the first day, at least it's the end for people in Zoom. Thank you very much for joining us and following us and also asking some questions. And now there's going to be a little bit of activities offline that people are here that are going to participate into them. But anyway, tomorrow, just a reminder, we have the demonstration projects in detail. So we're going to look into not only Lea's reported project on garden in Kiel, but also other things that you are going to find relevant. And then tomorrow we also have a gamification studio, and there's going to be activities for you, not only for kids, but for everybody. And then there's going to be a Viskeli venue tour. You're going to see this place, see how it evolves, revolves, and how it all changes. But anyway, now we begin with the field trips. Field trip to Sarkandaugová, like I said, the workers' district and old industry and placemaking, and then Boldraja Daugavgriva, the old fortress. You can walk around, a lot of nature, and also the festival, the local festival. And wherever you go, I would really suggest you to use Instagram Urbcultural, and you can tag us, and you can also use Urbcultural Planning on Facebook. You can also tag us there. Right? I'm not only the host, but I'm also the head communication manager of this project. So whatever you do and whatever you mention, I see you, okay? So please do that, make this an event that happens, because I'm very happy, and I believe you're also very happy that this is actually happening in real time, and we can go somewhere and we can create Instagram stories and Facebook stories as we speak. Anyway, thank you very much. spread the groups. We have a little bit of snacks with you, so you're not going to starve to death at these places. And then, of course, let's see all of you tomorrow, and also you in Zoom. See you tomorrow, and also at 6 there's a Sporta Pilsdarzi, the garden community event. Keep that in mind. Ciao. See you tomorrow.